So a couple of nights ago, I had one of the scariest experiences of my life. I'm a soldier stationed on Fort Bliss here in El Paso, Texas. I'm housed in East Bliss, so our barracks are relatively new, only about 12 years old or so. On Sunday, I went to bed around 10 o'clock so I could get to PT without being tired, and I had a strange dream. I had a dream that I was walking around the base and pigeons were landing on me and pecking my head. Maybe one or two pecks and then flying away. They weren't aggressive or painful. They were light little taps on my head and around my head, and I kept swinging at them to shoo them away. However, when I got pecked around the 10th time, I woke up. And this is where it got weird. When I woke up, I felt 5 fingers lightly placed on top of my head. It wasn't full palm. It was like a basketball player holding a basketball with his fingertips, but with far less pressure. It was a soft touch, but when I opened my eyes, I could physically feel the fingers swipe away quickly, even to the point that I felt them slightly rub my scalp. I jumped up as fast as I could and turned my light on. I looked under my bed, at my window, in my closet, everywhere, trying to see if someone had gotten to my room. There was nothing. No sign of anyone being in my room or anything at all. I have no clue what happened, though I do have a theory that it could have been my hair moving from waking up. However, I know what it feels like when my hair moves while I'm laying down. It somewhat feels like bugs crawling on me. That feeling that night felt exactly like 5 fingers on my head, to every detail and movement, and even made a lot of sense to the weird dream I had. Does anyone have any logical theories of what it could have been? Or could it seriously have been something paranormal? I'm incredibly curious to know, or at least be able to explain, what happened. I was around 9 years old. My room was small, and on the opposite side of my bunk bed is a large closet door mirror which covers the entire wall of the room. For around 2 weeks straight, I was suddenly peacefully awoken in the night, without any touches or noises. When I would look over, I would see a woman. Her body was shrouded in complete darkness without any distinguishable features. She wore a long white wedding gown and stood staring into the massive mirror. She never moved either, and wasn't looking directly at me, just forward. The first night I thought it was a dream, but then it happened again the night right after. I distinctly remember pinching myself as hard as I could to wake up, but realized I was totally conscious. I was never scared, and I even remember thinking to myself, why am I not? Then I would just cover myself in my blanket and drift back to sleep. After a week, I finally decided to tell my mother, who told me it's my dad pulling a prank on me. At the age of 9, I believed this. He told me he had some projector in my room displaying the images. My mom told me to scream for her when I see it again, and one night I was about to, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. The lady never bothered me. It wasn't at all scary to see her. To repeat, this happened every single night for about 2 weeks. Days later, like usual, I was awakened and saw the woman standing in her usual position. But something odd was next to her. A man, shrouded in complete darkness with 0 features, was standing next to her, holding a hand. He was wearing a black tuxedo. Even then, I wasn't scared and went back to sleep. After that, I never saw her again. I was never awakened in the night randomly like that. It just all went away. When I was older and asked my mom about it, and she told me she knew that house had something very wrong with it. I knew it was haunted, but didn't want to scare me. She hadn't had any paranormal experiences with it, but knew something was up. I have some more stories from this house, but none even go near how insane this one is. The house wasn't some Victorian creepy mansion. It was a usual blue-collar neighborhood house at the corner of a busy street. Each time I tell this story, I begin to cry. I have no idea why. I don't ever cry much, but for some reason, I'm tearing up just typing this alone. It's so odd. Let's start from the beginning. I visited a friend in Indiana a few years ago. I was on my way to the supermarket when I walked past an abandoned house with a rusted out car parked halfway up the driveway. The car just looked savage. It was missing a door, it didn't have a single window, and there were a very graphic word written with white spray paint on the hood. I didn't think much about it. It is Indiana. You see these things every now and then. But then someone stepped out of the house. Some Ed Gein looking bastard coughing up a lung. He lived there. Not only that, he got in the tetanus coloured rust car and started it. It was the creepiest shit I'd ever seen. Like watching a machine come back from the dead. So yeah, I snapped a photo of it. I could never have guessed that thing would even start, let alone roll out of the driveway. I'm a bit of a car guy. When I saw on that Indiana driveway was a rusted out 61 Ford Zephyr Mark II, and seeing it like that was just tragic. So to share the pain, I uploaded it. Apparently, I wasn't the only one with a lot of opinions. This started a long thread. People not only responded, but uploaded their own pictures. Pictures of everything from rusted classics that had been stripped and abused, to videos of amateur Franken cars. Hell, one guy just uploaded an ice cream truck abandoned in a swamp. I swear I saw an alligator trying to get in the driver's seat. We started sharing these stories of trashed and creepy cars from all around the country, and soon, the world. Over the course of a few weeks, we sort of split off from a larger community and started something we called Creepy Cars. I was the main admin. Yeah, the one and only. Creepy Cars was not just about funny and creepy content, it was about enthusiasm. Sure, we all groaned over the various hack jobs, but it was also sort of a collective mourning. There was a genuine interest in the content uploaded, and of course, there was passion. I was called a bunch of times to moderate discussions on rat rods, for example. We had some internal jokes and themes. We had Don't Wrench and Drive Custom Job Fridays, New Year, New Car posts, all in good spirit. We had this one thing where we posted the ugliest selfies of ourselves and asked people to post what kind of car it looked like we owned. This one time, a guy found his car posted and reached us how we could fix it. We raised $12,000 for the restoration. So this is the kind of environment I put my time in. These were good, honest people. So when I saw this car, this random-ass rust bucket cruising down the road, I wasn't being malicious. It was just fun. Just a quick video. Nothing to think of. It was last May. Minnesota in springtime. I was dog-sitting Sally for a friend and decided to take a long walk by the river before it got too dark outside. All in all, about a 30-minute walk. Not too bad, and Sally was happy to get out for a bit. We were just about to head back when Sally started whining. She put her tail between her legs and cuddled up next to me. I looked around, but couldn't see what she'd scared of. I brought out my phone. If it was a wild animal, I wanted a photo. Worst case scenario, I could call the police. Then I heard this strange metallic sound. It sounded like a rattling engine, like something had come loose. An engine belt slapping around, bearings shot to hell. It sounded like a dying vehicle, and yet something came rolling around the corner. The first time I saw it, I was amazed it even moved. It looked like some sort of cartoon, something forgotten back in the 70s. Possibly a pacer. It had this thick layer of mud spread out across the hood, covering a few forest green paint spots. There were lit candles spread out across the dashboard, which was the only light coming from the car at all. And in the driver's seat was this, I don't know how to describe it. Weirdo, I guess. He had a black motorcycle helmet with a crude face spray painted in white. He had this faux fur coat with a raccoon pattern and bleach white leather gloves. He was leaning back against the only seat that remained in the car, a seat that was barely anything but a rusted frame. I didn't even think about it. I recorded it going past me down the street. The driver was looking at me all the way. The large helmet slowly turned to face me every inch of the way. I should have listened to Sally. She was pulling on the leash trying to get away. Whining, barking, throwing herself against the leash. She knew this was bad. Really bad. But I just stood there, mouth open like a fish out of water. I had no idea what I was looking about. Last thing I saw as it rounded the corner was the license plate. Hot Rod. I could hear it going down the street 5 minutes after it passed me. When Sally finally calmed down, I carried her back home. I had a video to upload. This thing went viral. It spread from our little community to pretty much everything. 56,000 upvotes on Reddit in a couple of hours. People were reacting to it, adding musing to it, making memes out of it. Hot Rod was all I heard about for a week straight. I saw at least a dozen They See Me Rolling clips, all by different people. That was all fun and games, but I got this awful feeling in the pit of my stomach. When my buddy came to pick up Sally, she leapt into his arms, shivering. To her, none of this was fun. This was horror. Even 2 weeks after seeing the hot rod, it was still fresh on my mind. The driver had been staring at me like they knew who I was, like they were there for me. And then that awful noise, like an engine trying to kill itself. It sounded like it was already broken, but it just kept rolling past me nonetheless. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. By all accounts, the car should be stalling on the side of the road, and yet it didn't. That night, as I laid awake thinking about it, I could hear something in my kitchen. Half asleep, I checked it out. My oven was on highest setting. There was an electric hum rising and sinking as the temperature breathed. And as the temperature rose, there was a rhythmic thunking sound that just kept getting louder. I hurried to turn it off, only to realize that it was already off. I burned my hands pulling out the oven, and I had to crawl over the countertop to pull the plug. For about 10 minutes afterwards, I just stood there mouthing, "What the fuck?" over and over. It wasn't until I headed back to bed that I noticed the automated porch light was on. Something had moved outside. Since then, things got worse. First, it was just small things. Clock radio going off in the middle of the night, interference on my phone, losing Bluetooth signal on my headphones, small stuff. But over time, I started noticing other things. Lights flickering rhythmically in the supermarket, light posts fading in and out on the street, car alarms going off, but warping themselves to go faster and slower like a dying fire alarm. But the worst part came one day when I was driving home a few weeks ago. I'd been at a restaurant with a friend in the next town over. I took the freeway back home when my radio stopped working. By now, I was getting frustrated. Electronics just kept freaking out on me, and I had no idea why. That, and there was always that sense of threat looming in the air. There was always a sort of rhythmic pulse, like the hum of an engine, somewhere around me. I was just about to turn the radio off and on again when my engine stalled. Not just sputtered out, it just stopped. One big chunk sound, and then nothing. I slowly drifted to the side of the road. Turning the key didn't do a thing. I was just sitting there, my head resting on the steering wheel. You can't live out here without a car, and everything just seemed to work against me. I snapped out of it by the honk of a horn. It was this water-damaged car noise, combining a bright, choking yell with a gargle. At first I didn't even register it. It sounded so strange that I thought I'd imagined it. It wasn't until I heard it a second time that I looked up. Parked right next to me, door to door, was none other than the hot rod. Motorcycle helmet, driver and all. He was parked so close that I couldn't open my door. I just stared at the black helmet. It felt like that childlike spray-painted smiley face was not just a painting, but actually grinning at me, like it was widening every time I blinked. The driver held up a white leather glove and pointed down. He wanted me to roll down the window. "Not gonna happen," I mouthed back, shaking my head. Why was I scared? Why did I want to run? Almost as an answer to my question, the window started rolling down on its own. No way, I wasn't having that. I crawled over to the passenger seat and opened the door, only to have it slammed shut. An outside force held the door shut and the locks clicked. They kept clicking over and over in the same forced rhythm as the engine on the hot rod. This awful thunk noise over and over, like someone beating a dead motor back to life. My radio sparked back to life. A static burst crawled into my ear, sending a shiver across my arms. Delete. The sound was bright, pitch shifted, and ran through some sort of filter, like an old 1940s radio receiver. I couldn't tell what kind of voice it was. It was just this bland, broken stutter. I don't know. The video? You want the video? Delete it. I can't just... It's already out there. Even if I delete it, it's still... Delete it. I can't. It's still going to be there. Get it done. He didn't even have his hands on the steering wheel as the car pulled away. I could feel him staring at me from the broken side mirror. I just sat there, turning my car key over and over. When the engine finally woke up, it screeched, clunked, and complained. It shut itself off a few times, but it got me back home. The entire side of my car was covered in rust, and that car never started again. This was the first time I called the police. They didn't have a car with that license plate registered, so they couldn't do much to help. They didn't understand what I was talking about. Some guy was angry about me putting up a video, pulling up next to me, asking me to delete it. How could I explain the threat? How could I make them listen? I asked the people at Creepy Cars as well. They didn't understand. It sounded like paranoia or some sort of science fiction. Cars don't just act on their own, they're controlled. My window couldn't have rolled down on its own. Radios don't just say whatever they want. And doors won't just slam shut. I was coming off as a lunatic, and people were starting to accuse me. You just want attention, they said. You miss having notifications. From this point on, it just got a whole lot worse. I was getting calls that answered themselves through the night. Calls demanding me to delete it over and over and over. Strange engine noises going by outside at odd hours of the night. Lamps popping in their sockets. Hell, at one point, my TV turned on and kept looping half-second clips from the monsters. Didn't stop until I pulled the plug. It was getting harder and harder to go to work. At one point, as I was taking the bus, the damn thing just refused to start. 20 people were stranded in a parking lot. I had to ask a work friend to take me home. 35 minutes in the wrong direction. This was by the end of last week. I've called in sick since. A few days ago, I heard the porch light explode. There were footsteps outside. He was just outside, I knew it. I was ready for him to bang on the door, to peek in the windows, something. I'd grasped a hammer and hugged it like a teddy bear, begging God not to have to use it. But the driver didn't do a thing, didn't knock, ring the doorbell, or peek inside the windows. He just stood there for the better part of an hour, waiting for me to delete it. At one point I just yelled at him, "Just do something! What the hell do you want from me?" Of course I knew what he wanted. He wanted me to delete it. I already had, but it was out there, and there was nothing stopping it from spreading. When he finally left, I felt tears rolling down my face. Just relief. I'd been so tense, my hands had cramped into claws. I could just barely let go of the hammer. Look, I haven't been out for a week. I've lived on literally everything in my fridge and freezer. Every leftover, every jar, all of it. The fridge shut down completely on Thursday, but by then, I didn't have much else than cornflakes and cup noodles anyway. Last night, I decided I'd give it a go. I brought my hammer and went outside. Immediately, I heard a rumble. A broken engine. Then another. Then a lot. The hot rod was just the start. 6 cars and a motorcycle rolled around the corner. These broken, battered machines, flat tires, rusted frames, broken windows, oil dripping from broken engine blocks, howling engines, forcing these machine corpses to retch forward, one gasoline gulp at a time. And the drivers, all dressed in these black motorcycle helmets, painted with these crude faces. Angry, happy, sad, screaming, the entire emotional spectrum. Dressed in these absurd jackets, some fur, some cracked leather. One of them had this yellowish crash dummy looking suit, one pant leg torn off at the knee. One of them was missing a shoe, revealing a dry white foot with 2 missing toes and black nails. I just dropped my hammer. They were a goddamn gang. There was nothing I could do. I ran back inside, slammed the door, and picked up my phone. Of course, it didn't work. Open the door. It was a different voice, brighter, spoken by one of the drivers. A woman, trying her best to sound as kind and patient as she could. There was something there. A threat, just beneath the surface, trying to break through. Open the door, please. I didn't. I couldn't. My body wasn't responding. I was just slowly inching back, as if being quiet enough would make them go away. I found myself holding my breath, looking for a place to hide. You're going to open the door now. There was a gurgling sound, someone spitting up water, splashing against the door. Seconds later, I could see the door handle rusting in a matter of seconds as the whole mechanism fell apart. It took the door being battered down for me to finally snap out of it. The crash dummy driver was closing his visor back up, but I caught a glimpse of a sickly pale face with a tint of algae green lips. Long yellow teeth sunk into black gums. Then, the visor was back down, showing a sad, spray-painted smiley face. Crash dummy stepped aside, and a small woman stepped in. She had this oversized motorcycle helmet with a cartoonish painted grin on it. She had this plastic silvery disco jacket and snow boots. If it weren't for all my lights being broken, she'd sparkle. Should have opened the fucking door. Dig it? I just ran. I locked myself in the bathroom as they went to town on my furniture. I heard smashing, cutting, sawing, some power tools barely functioning. Little battery-powered machines coming back on to destroy. I just crawled into my bathtub in the dark, pulling down the shower curtains as I stumbled back. I tried forcing air into my lungs, but I just couldn't stop panting. This is what Sally had felt like. That first night when she saw the hot rod, I'm sure of it. Another door? Really? She cackled. This awful bird-like sound. I could hear something in her lungs rattle. You're a fucking idiot. I heard a visor open, a retching gargle and a metallic fizzle. Something loud, splintering the bathroom door by the handle. A small hand gently letting the light in. Careful steps came towards me as I heard glass shatter in another room. Why didn't you delete it? She asked. We asked you nicely. You can't. I saw the silhouette of the oversized helmet through the shower curtain. She wasn't moving, not even breathing. I deleted the video. The others, they copied it, and... Video? She scoffed. What fucking video? I just froze. What the hell were they talking about? If not the video, then... I don't... What do you want? You stole our name. That's our name. What? What are you... She pulled the shower curtain off me and grabbed me by the throat. She had this cramp-like strength, like she didn't know how to hold back. I just started coughing, feeling these little bone dagger fingers dig into my windpipe. Wicked little slug bugs. You think you got the creepy cars? You think you're it? I could almost see her eyes through the visor. I looked closely, but there was nothing there. Just darkness. We have creepy cars. You have minutes to live. I tried to say it. I tried it over and over. To say I didn't know, that I didn't understand. I begged, I cried, I pushed and kicked. This impossibly thin little arm, barely anything but bone and sinew, held me back. Somehow, she heard me. She listened. She dropped a phone in my lap, an older iPhone, cold and wet to the touch. It had this mutated blue sunflower-looking thing as a background image. It was already logged in on my account. All of them. She watched me delete it. All of it. Creepy cars disappeared overnight from every single platform. Confirmed, confirmed, confirmed. Are you sure? The phone kept asking. And I shakily accepted all of it. When it was all said and done, she just took her phone back and left. My place is trashed. Even without a front door, I don't know if I can go out there. I've just sat here for the better part of a day. My computer started working a few hours ago, and I had to say something. There's a rusty car in the field outside, and I'm starting to question if it's one of them. There's no one there. Maybe it's just a warning, or maybe it's always been there. I don't know. I'm questioning everything. I'm not going out there anytime soon. Maybe it is over. Maybe it's just started. They left a black motorcycle helmet for me. I'm the fourth generation to live in our house, so we've been in the same spot for about 120 years. There's this large mansion just up the road. It takes maybe 2 or 3 minutes to reach by foot. It has a large yard, and once owned several acres of farmland and pine forest. Now, the house stands alone with a bunch of outhouses. The last person of the rather wealthy family to pass away was a woman. Let's call her Agnes for the sake of anonymity, about 10 years ago. She was widowed and childless, very prim and proper and formal. My mother used to be friends with her foster daughter when she was young, and she recalls being afraid of Agnes, who was strict and firm and insensitive. I would later perceive Agnes as proper and strict, but also kind and friendly, and I spent many hours at the house in her company as an older child and preteen. The house itself had 2 floors, and I never visited the upper level. I was strictly confined, mostly by choice, to the kitchen and the small recreational space where the TV was. When I first began popping by for a visit, Agnes's husband was still around. The thing about this house is, as my mother recalls, that it's always uninviting and eerie. It was very scarcely lit, with gravel walks leading up to the house, either through the main entry or the unofficial entryway, fitted to allow horse carriages, etc. Mom would recall that her and the rest of the village girls would be iffy about walking past the house post-nightfall, especially if alone. She recalls they never spoke of it. It was just a general feeling of being unnerved and watched. This feeling was present during the day as well, as per my own experience, and was tangible for as long as Agnes resided there. If you were walking up the gravelways, there'd always be a second pair of footsteps. You might write it off as an echo, but it would halt simultaneously with your own steps if you stopped. The large windows of every outhouse and extra building were always black, and you couldn't see through them at any time during the day, although you would at times do a double take as you think you might have glanced something in one of them. Another thing I remember clearly is refusing to go to the bathroom while I visited Agnes. On the way to the bathroom was a large hallway from which the staircase leading to the second floor split off. I would inherently never look up the stairs, because whatever oppressive sensation you felt within the house seemed to emanate from the second floor. It was as if it poured down from the stairs, and in the hallway there was this giant mounted deer head whose eyes always seemed to be following your every move. I can't say I experienced a lot apart from these little details, and neither could my mom. But it was the entire feel of the house that left you feeling off. It was as if, as soon as you passed the gates, every sound died down, and you never felt completely alone. I remember hating passing a certain part of the gravel walkway that passed between 2 houses. It always felt as if someone was right behind you, as if whatever it was that was mirroring your steps had caught up to you by that point. Once you did pass, however, it would subside. This aura was very much persistent until Agnes passed away. As soon as she was gone, so was the aura of the house. There's a family consisting of a woman, 3 children, and a little spaniel living there now, and I haven't sensed any of the oppressive, hostile vibes since. The house feels like a completely regular old mansion now, rustic and fancy and regal. I haven't passed the gates for years, but when Agnes lived, the vibes radiated outside their bounds. You could feel it before you saw the house, and before you came within 100 feet of its proximity. That's all gone. I can't help but wonder if Agnes's relatives, her entire ancestry, was waiting for her and lingering. Perhaps they were waiting for her to join them, and as soon as she did, they found peace. I have no answers, except for the fact that the mansion was notably hostile and oppressive in nature for at least 60 years, and then everything changed. What do you believe the culprit might have been? And why did it change? This happened a couple of months ago. It actually makes me sick to my stomach to think about. I was sitting at my kitchen table in my usual spot. My 6-year-old daughter was on the second floor of my house in the upstairs living room, more or less right above my head. She was loudly shifting through her Lego box. To my left of the table is the underside of the staircase to the second floor. I can't see who's on the stairs or the top or bottom of the stairs from where I was sitting. If you were descending the stairs, the door to the room we use as an office is directly to the right across a short hallway from the bottom of the stairs. From my chair at the table, I can see the entire hallway between the bottom of the stairs and the door at the office. I can also see a sliver of the interior of the office. As I was sitting at the table and semi-listening to the noise my daughter was making with Legos, I heard someone start walking down the stairs. I wasn't really looking towards the office, but I saw the back of my daughter's head as she walked into the office. Or so I thought. A few seconds later, I heard someone start walking down the stairs, this time louder than the first time I heard it. I realized that something odd had just happened, so I looked towards the hallway. I watched as my daughter walked into the office with both her hands full of her Lego creations. I hurried over to the office and looked inside. My daughter was the only one there. She was putting her Legos on one of the desks. I asked her if she came down to the off and came back down again, but she said she hadn't. There wasn't enough time for her to go upstairs again and come back down. Also, I would have seen her come out of the office. I didn't see the face of the first daughter to go into the office, but the height appeared about right. The hair colour and length and shirt colour were correct for my daughter. I'm thoroughly creeped out by this, as creeped out as I was when my daughter used to wave and say goodbye to her closet when we get her up from naps and in the morning when she was around 2. I'm unsure what to make of this. I live in a house with shadow people when I was my daughter's age and really don't want to deal with anything creepy ever again. The sister that died before I was born. I have 4 siblings, but only 3 of them are alive. My brother was born in 1986, and in 1989, my mother gave birth to Haley, the one that died. When my mother was 7 months pregnant with Haley, she was taken to the hospital because the doctors thought she had appendicitis. She was operated on, and the next day, she went into early labour. After 3 months in an incubator, Haley was brought home, and things went well for a few weeks after they brought her home. Until one day, when my mum went to check on her after a nap. She was unresponsive. My parents drove her to the hospital, where it was discovered that Haley contracted golden staph and had fallen into a coma. Haley died a few days later. The infection wasn't noticed by the doctors before her discharge. My nightmares as a child. My earliest memory is when I was still a baby, not yet on solid foods. I remember crawling on the floor and my brother was next to me with something in his mouth. Then, Mum handed me something and instinctively put it in my mouth. Monkey see, monkey do. It was roast chicken. Not the store-bought kind, the slow, oven-baked chicken, marinated with potatoes and pumpkin that makes the whole house smell divine. That was the first solid food I'd ever eaten, and I can still remember the confusion and surprise of the taste. It was delicious. When I was a teenager, I told my mum about this memory, and her reaction to this was strange. I expected her to tell me to stop making up stories and give me a scolding for trying to get attention. But instead, she stood up and walked to her room, beckoning me to follow her. When we got to her room, she pulled out a box from a cupboard, sat it on the bed, and began rifling through it. I knew better than to ask what she was doing, so I instead just waited and watched. She was pulling out what looked like little trinket boxes and random assortments of miscellaneous objects I assumed had sentimental value. Then she pulled out a stack of photographs, flipped through them, and stopped at the one she was looking for. She handed me a baby picture I'd never seen before. It was me and my brother. I was about 8 months old, and my brother was 3 years old, and we were both sitting on the floor eating chicken. My mother had a picture of the first time I ate solid food, and I could see the surprise on my face in the picture. The same surprise I remember feeling when I tasted it. I tell you this story to give you a better understanding of my brain and the way it works. My brother is on the spectrum, and I suspect that I might be as well, but I've never been tested. When I was very young, maybe 4 or 5, I remember having these nightmares. I was in this never-ending nothingness that terrified me. It was dark, and there were these big circle things. I don't know how to describe what they looked like. I can see them in my memory, but if I try to draw them or describe them, I can't. They sort of look like massive coloured spheres, floating in pitch-black nothingness. I had this same nightmare every night for, I'm not sure how long, until I learned how to change the channel. That's what I called it. After this, I went on all sorts of adventures in my dreams. Only sometimes, they didn't feel like they were my dreams. Sometimes I'd be somewhere I'd never seen before, with people I didn't recognize, doing things that felt like someone else's memory. There'd be people I'd never seen before, but somehow I knew them and they would recognize me. Like I'd been there before, and I had a sentimental attachment to the people and place. But I'd never been to those places or met those people. I never felt scared when I had these dreams, so I just let them play out. I was never in the same place, and I never dreamed about things that happened in my life. Not even askew with memory. Always in different places, with different people doing different things. And they always felt like a memory, but not my memory. I don't know what to make of this. I might just have a good imagination, but who knows? The scary room. My younger sister Molly was born 3 years after me, 1993. And my mother would tell the story a lot while I was growing up. Sometimes after Mum would put Molly down for a nap, she'd wake up screaming and staring at this one area in her room. This was when she was a newborn, and it continued until her toddler years. For whatever reason, she was scared of something in her room that clearly nobody could see. The haunted house. My childhood wasn't very stable, as we moved around a lot growing up. I was born in Queensland but moved to Victoria with my mother and brother when my mum was still pregnant with my younger sister. I was 2.5. One of the houses we lived in, I was 7 at the time, was the last house at the end of the road that connected to the highway. The highway had a bridge that went over the railway tracks, and our house was before the highway, with the railway going along the side of our property. Even though we were so close to the highway and railway, it was surprisingly quiet from what I remember. The area, primarily farmlands and small towns like the one we lived in. Not long after we moved in, strange things started to happen. We would hear what sounded like someone reading a newspaper coming from the kitchen, but there'd be nobody there. Or we'd hear coughing, but there was no apparent origin to said coughing. One night, me and my siblings were staying with our dad, and our mum was home alone. Mum was in the kitchen when she heard banging coming from the door leading to the laundry room. The banging slowly got louder and louder, and my mother, rightly so, was terrified. She was a stickler when it came to locking the doors at night, so she definitely locked the front door. But the banging wasn't coming from the front door, it was coming from the other door. The banging persisted for a few minutes, when it abruptly stopped, and it was quiet again. When she went to investigate, she discovered that the front door was still locked, and there was no way someone could have exited out the door without being heard. It was an old house with really creaky doors, and there were only 2 doors in the house. The front door that we rarely used, and the back door, and none of the windows in the sunroom opened. Then I started seeing something in my room at night. Me and my sister, 4 at the time, shared a room. There were bunk beds along the far right wall as you entered the room, and a window on the far left wall that looked out onto the front yard. I slept in the top bunk, and my sister in the bottom, giving me a clear view of the door and the window. I had this beaded curtain that hung on the inside of my door, so I would hear it if someone opened it. In hindsight, that probably wasn't the best idea, considering the other weirdness that had been happening in this house. Late at night, I would hear the chains rattling when the door was closed and stationary. My sister was fast asleep in the bottom bunk. The window was always closed, and my mum was such a light sleeper that she would have woken up if anyone was out of bed. Sometimes I would see what looked like a shadow of a figure standing next to the window, but I could never get a good look at what it was. I convinced myself that it was the moon casting shadows or something, because I sure as shit wasn't going to leave the safety of my bunk bed, past the door with the talkative beaded curtain, and towards this unknown thing standing next to the window in the dark of night. So I'd lay there looking at it while pretending to be asleep. It never moved or changed position, and I'd see it even if the curtains were closed, so it couldn't have been the moon casting shadows. To this day, I have no clue what that was. I didn't sleep with a nightlight, so it wasn't that. Maybe my overactive imagination, who knows? Other weird things happened in that house, but this is long enough, so I'll leave it there. The old house and the crazy cat lady. Around the time we were living in that house, our dad purchased a property up in the mountains, a few hours' drive from us. The house was really old. My guess, it was probably built in the 50s. Bare-bone brick and cement with an old wood fire, a chimney big enough for Santa's tush, and even a wombat under the veranda. The property was a 20-minute drive up the mountains and was on 100 acres. Nothing spooky happened there, unless you count me almost getting rear-ended by a bull, or the wombat incident. But there was Crazy Mary, who lived in a run-down cabin in the mountains. Picture Eleanor Abernathy running at you, screaming and throwing cats at you. That was the vibe I got every time we drove past her run-down cabin. I don't think I saw her that much when we drove past, and she mostly kept to herself, but the locals knew to stay away from her. This was back in the early 90s, so safety standards weren't as prevalent as they are today. My dad had heaps of old paddock bashers and tin cans in his arsenal, along with a few old postie bikes my brother liked to drive around the farm. My brother is a bit of a menace when it comes to anything on wheels. I remember standing on the back of Dad's ute while he was driving into town on what was a dirt road back then. It was a gorgeous summer day, and the tree was as far as the eyes can see, and the occasional kangaroo spotted through the tree line. I was looking at the trees when something caught my eye. It was the flicker of a light from the corner of my eye. I looked over to see what it was, and I saw a white fox. It was only for a second, and was gone as fast as it appeared, but it was stunning, is the word that springs to mind. The auras. My entire life, I've seen these weird specks of light in my vision, similar to migraine auras or what you see after you rub your eyes. They're objects of coloured orbs in front of me that I see all the time. Sometimes they move and change shape, size, or colour, but mostly they're just there in my visions and don't move. As a kid, I called them my imaginary friends and thought that everyone else saw the same thing, and it was normal. But when I'd mention it to my parents, I was accused of making things up to get attention, which is why I never mentioned them again after that. My mother started abusing me when I was 6, so I found comfort in writing from a very early age. And these auras sort of became a safe place for me. Something nobody else could see, and therefore couldn't be taken away from me, like so much that my mother stole from me growing up. I suffered a spinal cord injury and brain injury when I was 17 in 2007. The auras have stayed the same, but change when I get stressed or if I'm grieving, when I get a migraine or during a panic attack. But within the last few months, these orbs have started getting bigger, and I started to see something different. Something I have no logical explanation for. The foggy figure. Around the time that I noticed the orbs changing shape, I started seeing this. I don't know what it was. I first noticed it when I was leaving my kitchen. I was going past my fridge when I saw something in front of the fridge. It was roughly the size of a person, but with no distinguishing attributes or outline. It was translucent and like looking through clear contact. When I first saw it, I thought it was a trick of the light or something, so I moved to the other side of the room to look at it from a different direction. But it stayed there, motionless. I closed my eyes for a bit, and when I opened them, it was still there. I was confused as fuck and brushed it off as stress or something, until I saw it again a few days later. This time it was near my front door. I was on my way to the bathroom when I saw it. The same size and shape, but unlike the first time I saw it, this time it felt like I was being watched. My heart started racing, and my skeptical brain was going haywire trying to conclude a logical answer to what I was seeing. Of course, my brain drew a blank. After this, I started seeing this figure a few times a day, usually around the same spot, right near my front door. And then I started seeing it at night. When I saw it during the day, it was like a translucent fog, but when I started seeing it at night, it was the same fogginess, but a lot darker. And instead of standing upright, it would be hovering over my bed. I never got any negative vibes from whatever this was. If anything, it felt like it was trying to protect me or help me. I didn't mention this to many people, but then something weird happened. A friend was over at my place one day, and when he was about to leave was when I saw this figure standing in its usual spot near the door. As he walked to the door, I saw the figure move towards him. Right as my friend walked through it, he stopped and said, "Ooh, I just got the chills. That was weird." Up until this point, I'd convinced myself that I was seeing things. But that, well, I explained everything weird that had been going on and what I was seeing, feeling somewhat unsettled by what had just happened. He was rightfully shaken by this, especially considering what he just felt. I haven't seen the figure for about a month, but every now and then I get the feeling that I'm being watched. Or I'll smell something without an explanation to what the smell is or where it's coming from. i.e., I'll be somewhere alone and not moving, and I'll smell something that shouldn't be there. Like the distinct smell of perfume with no origin to the smell. But sometimes the smell will be different, like shoe polish or the beach. I believe that this entity is still here because I think my cat can see it. There'll be times when I'm at home when I get that familiar feeling of being watched. I don't see anything, but my cat will perk up and start staring intently at this one particular spot, right near the door where I saw it before. Keep in mind that there's nothing of interest there, just a few boxes, a fold-up table, and my TV. The alarm and ghosts from my past. This is my most recent spooky encounter, and what's prompted me to share all of this weirdness with you. A few weeks ago, there was an alarm that kept going off at 12:52 a.m. It wasn't until day 3 that I figured out what it was. My digital clock had been set to that time, but I didn't set it. I don't even know how to. That afternoon, I received a message from a guy I went to high school with, informing me of the passing of a friend. Me and Greg had a history that I won't get into here. Greg died at 12:52 a.m. that night, after my clock went off for 3 nights in a row at exactly 12:52 a.m. Freaky. The number 3. A few people mentioned the significance of the number 3, which got me thinking of how often that number is in my life. My grandparents, dad's parents, had 6 kids, 3 girls and 3 boys. My parents had 3 kids and we were all 3 years apart. 1986, 1990, 1993. My mother's birthday is September 3rd. My sister's birthday is August 3rd. And my best friend's birthday is July 3rd. My birthday is October 9th, 1090. But 91,990 divided by 3 equals 30,363.3 recurring. Greg's birthday is April 23rd, and he died at age 33. Death in my life. I've experienced grief a lot more than most people have, but I'm not looking for sympathy, so please save the condolences. Shit happens, and that's that. I don't mean to sound so blasé about it, but I find it easier to be blunt about things like that rather than get into details. So here's a list of people that have died in my life. My sister died before I was born. I died when I suffered a spinal cord and brain injury when I was 17. The alcohol in my system was the only reason my heart was able to be restarted. When I was 19, my dad and uncle died in a plane crash. I was 24 when my grandfather died of a stroke after being in a diabetic coma. I was 29 when my other grandfather died of emphysema. When I was 31, my grandmother died of ongoing health complications. 3 months ago, my old manager and friend died. I found out about a month ago that a friend I went to school with died, and a few weeks ago, my friend I'd known since high school died from brain cancer. My papa was a Vietnam veteran and suffered from severe PTSD. Lots of things could cause a flashback, from a pot dropping on the floor, a car backfiring in a parking lot, or a helicopter flying overhead. He was also exposed to Agent Orange and battled cancer for as long as I could remember. When he died, he only had half of a lung on each side and was still fighting cancer in other areas of his body. He took a lot of medication multiple times a day, but he was still a wonderful grandfather. He made sure I understood my worth, not just as a girl, but as a human. He also made sure that I knew how to defend myself. He took me with him everywhere, and once he got too sick to leave the house much, he bought a video camera so that I could record all my performances, softball games, and high school ceremonies so that he could still see it all. Obviously, the two of us were extremely close, but by 5, I knew what to do when he was having a flashback and what medicine to give him and when. We were close enough that 90% I was the only one who could bring him back to the present during a flashback. Other family members used to yell and tell my mama to keep me away from him during these episodes, but she'd always tell them to hush and that he wasn't going to hurt me, and he never did. Another favourite thing of my papa's were white bulldogs. He absolutely adored them, and they were always named Fred. Even when he had 3 of them at once, they were all Fred. It became a running joke in the family, with my uncles no longer calling him Dad, but instead Fred, and he often returned the favour. At family gatherings, once everyone arrived, all you'd hear for a few minutes was, "Hiya, Fred. How's it going, Fred? Where were the kids, Fred? I wasn't talking to you, Fred. I was talking to Fred." As kids, this used to crack my cousins and I up, and for other reasons, you could see the women roll their eyes and walk away grumbling. This is important to the ghost part of the story. My papa passed when I was 18. My mum and I were at a horrible time in our relationship, and she refused to let me go to the VA hospital and tell him goodbye. We all knew he was dying, and he knew it too. The day he died, I was in my room destroying everything because my mom refused to let me go. I felt a hand on my shoulder, and when I turned, my papa was standing there smiling, healthier than I'd ever seen him. He smiled wide and said, "Did you think I'd leave without saying goodbye?" Then I heard the phone ring and knew it was Mama calling saying he was gone. Fast forward 9 years, and my son had just turned 2 and was playing with some toys in his room. I could hear him talking, but it was more like a conversation, not just playing. I went in and saw him laughing and asked him who he was talking to. At first, all he would say was "friend," but after a minute or two of pushing, he finally looked at me and said "Fred." And at this point, he'd refused to ever even look at Big Hero 6. I froze, because while I'd seen my papa many times over the years, I'd never really talked about him with my son, and we certainly didn't have any friends with that name. I asked him what Fred looked like, and he helped up one of his army guy toys and said, "This, but old." I didn't say anything else. I was emotional, but mostly happy that my son got to meet my papa. Over the next week, he continued to play with Fred. I asked once why I couldn't see him, and my son said, "For me only." That night, I took the picture of my grandparents out of the back of my wallet and laid it on the table. The next day, while my son was eating breakfast, he spotted the picture and snatched it up, yelling, "Fred!" He did eventually stop playing with Fred and never said anything about it. 3.5 years later, we had my daughter, and my son mentioned Fred a couple of times, and life continued on. When my daughter turned 2, she also began playing with Fred, but she called him Fred Pop Pop. She told me one day that he was my Pop Pop. What makes this all even better for me is that 3 of my cousins have also talked about their children playing with Fred. And we loved it, because when we started having kids, we all wished that he'd been around to meet them. I still see my papa in my house from time to time, but he mostly just walks around and looks in on the kids, and then smiles and leaves. Then a few days later, one of my cousins will message me saying that Fred stopped in for a visit. So now it's our joke that he's just making rounds, checking in on everyone. So all of these things happened in my now ex-boyfriend's house. I would spend a lot of time at his house overnight, as his neighborhood had more things to do, and his bedroom was more private than mine. We were both 19 to 21 during this time. First, I should mention that his family practices the Yoruba religion, and would leave water and offerings for individual deities. They were very in tune to that aspect of the universe. I had almost felt growing up that I could feel things and spirits. Not necessarily communicate, but I could feel them and acknowledge them, and was generally chill and not scared, as long as I knew I wasn't doing something to upset them, and vice versa. I would have the thought of, oh, that's a ghost, and kind of move on. In this house, his bedroom had a door that led down a flight of stairs into the backyard, and also into the basement. He has a washer-dryer down there, and further in was storage. It was a dark, damp, concrete floor. Not a place you want to hang out in. Occasionally, we'd go down to get the laundry, and I always found myself looking into the back of the basement, and just knowing I wasn't welcome to pass any further than the dryer. Even at the dryer, I can only explain it with clear words popping into my head. You're not supposed to be here. It was my own voice, and I would always leave quickly and sometimes give a nod of respect towards the back of the basement. I avoided going down as much as I could. Additionally, sometimes when in bed late at night, I would hear creaking on the stairs. At first, I summed it up to an old house settling and changing with temperature, but over time, I couldn't deny that it was the distinct sound of footsteps. It would always stop by the door to the basement, and I would stare at the door waiting for it to open. It never did. One day, we were sitting at the kitchen table with his mom and dad, and I don't remember how it got brought up, but I mentioned that I always felt unwelcome, and like I wasn't supposed to be in the basement. His mom and dad shot a wide-eyed glance at each other, and his mom said very matter-of-factly, "There's a ghost of an old man who stays down there." I immediately felt validated and got chills and described exactly where I felt unwelcome, and she confirmed that he does hang out in the very back of the basement. She also told me that she will leave a shot of whiskey for him when his activity picks up, as he's apparently cranky by nature, and it seems to calm him down for a few weeks. She said he was harmless, but I already felt that. He just didn't like me in his space. She left some whiskey for him the next day, and I think I spoke to him and somewhat told him who I was. The feeling of unwelcomeness never left, and I would still hear creeping on the stairs, but I made sure to acknowledge him when I went to the basement and never went into his space at the back of the basement. For the past 2 weeks, my family and I have been traveling around various countries in Europe. Unfortunately, we had our passports stolen in Belgium and had to make a couple last-minute changes to our plans, one of which included booking a hotel in a new city for one night. We stopped just for the night between trains in Cologne, Germany. I helped my parents find the last-minute reservation online, and it was a pretty standard apartment-style rental. When we arrived at the rental, we were all impressed by the views of the nearby cathedral and church spires, the shingled roofs, just the general feel of history that the whole town had. We went out for dinner and came back after dark, all heading to bed for our early train the next morning. I shared a room with my little brother, and my parents slept in the next room over. I remember asking them if we could swap rooms because I didn't like the layout of ours. There were too many doors for me to feel comfortable. I have a weird thing where I don't like sleeping near doors, and I can't sleep in a room with any doors left open. Anyways, they said no. We could just stay in the original room, which had doors to the kitchen, hallway, and 2 closets. I was too tired to push it, and I figured my fatigue would override my personal habits. So I just got ready for bed and tried to go to sleep. While I was sleeping, I remember having some cycles of regular dreams. Then all of a sudden, I woke up with another dream. I was lying in the same bed in the exact same room, and my little brother was lying in the same bed too. It felt like if I had just woken up normally. Now, I have very vivid dreams sometimes, but I never dream about being in the exact room I'm in, and I never wake up to a dream within a dream. In this dream, I was sitting up in bed, and so was my brother. I could feel that for some reason, we were both really scared, and there was this charged and anxious feeling in the room. I remember my little brother saying, "What is that? Get out your flashlight." At the same time, we were both looking at the far end of the room where it was darker and away from windows. It was like we were both too scared to speak, but I could feel that we were both sensing whatever dark energy was at the end of the room. I started to fumble for my phone flashlight just for some light, when all of a sudden this thing, the closest I can describe to it as a dark blob of energy, moved super quickly over next to my side of the bed, and my brother and I screamed at the same time as this thing rushed up next to me. That's exactly when I woke up for real, around 2:30 a.m. My heart was racing, and I was sweating so hard despite the room not being hot. I was so unsettled that I turned on all the lights in the room and didn't sleep for about 2 more hours, until I could finally somewhat relax and drifted back to sleep. The experience was very disturbing for me. I never wake up in the morning for no reason, as I usually sleep throughout the night, and rarely, if ever, have nightmares. Now I'm wondering if anyone can comment on a phenomenon like this. Can people have paranormal encounters in their sleep while in certain spaces? Was I just having a vivid dream, or was that experience a signal that there was something in that space? My girlfriend and I went to visit an abandoned haunted mining town. There, we saw a child's bike all burnt and old, as it used to belong to the town before it caught fire. We thought it was creepy, so we went past it into one of the buildings. When we were in the building, my girlfriend heard a bang, and I heard a bike bell, so we went back outside to find the bike gone, with all char marks and residue gone, like it never existed. We continued walking around and found a more creepy building, and on the ground was some litter and a real amazing doorknob, that when we closed the door, it fell off the burnt wood. For safekeeping, I put it in my bag with intention of putting it back on the door, but while exploring, I completely forgot about it till we got home. My girlfriend lives in a Victorian house which has been maintained in its original state, except the additions of modern technology and furniture. So later, the next night, we began hearing chairs move upstairs and footsteps before the back door flung open, and my girlfriend's dog were going wild, barking at the stairs. We called our friend, who said there could have been a ghost that attached itself to the object of the door handle. We planned to take it back and fix it to the door to respect the spirit and apologize for removing it from the ghost town. But right now, my girlfriend is hiding under the blankets as we listen to doors slamming and footsteps from the landing. This happened when I was 19, so almost 20 years ago. At that time, I was still living in my parents' house. My room was in the attic. My brother's room was across from me, and my parents' bedroom was downstairs. It was Wednesday night. I went to sleep, so I turned the lights off and went to bed. But as soon as I got in the bed, I stood up and turned the lights back on. Absolutely no idea why I did that. Went back to bed, sat in it and waited. Not sure how else to describe it or the way I was acting. Within a minute, it came in through the closed door. The door was behind me, but I felt it. It had completely and utterly overpowered me. I became paralyzed. I literally cannot find the right words to describe it, as nothing will ever come close. But it was the most sinister, foreboding, evil, penetrating every cell in your body. Your mind, your soul. The evilness that was coming in from it was inhuman. So profound and sickening, I really can't find the words. It was coming closer and closer. I could feel it, but couldn't look at it. I could feel my tears rolling down my face, but couldn't scream or move. At one point, it grabbed my chin and held my face straight so I couldn't turn. I felt the hand, but it wasn't a human hand. It was bigger and felt different. Then I remember that it pushed me down by my chest. I was still sitting at that point, onto the bed, and only remember one fragment of what happened next. I lost my identity. That's the closest I could possibly describe it. I didn't know who I was, what my name was, where I was, nothing. I really don't know what went on afterwards and whether I fought it, but the next moment that I remember is that I'm sitting in bed in the same position as earlier, rocking back and forth and looking at the window in front of me. I think I lost it at that moment. I was just there, staring at the window. The sunrise came up. I saw the sun rays coming through the blinds. I heard my parents getting up and going to work, and I didn't move. I was just there, totally lost. My mum got home from work around 4, and that was the first time I managed to get up and go downstairs. She said, "Hi, you okay? You had the light on all night." I went down on my knees and broke down. I grabbed her around her legs and cried uncontrollably. I just couldn't stop. She was so concerned and wanted to take me to the hospital, but I managed to calm down a bit. I remember my pupils were so dilated for the whole day that I literally felt scared of my own reflection. I met up with a friend later on, but she said she felt scared and uneasy in my presence. Until this day, when I go to visit my parents, I sleep in my brother's room. I don't know whether it has something to do with the actual place, or if it came specifically for me and why. Since I was a child, I've always had sensed the other realm and been very in tune and highly sensitive, but I sensed that there was more to it. Like a reason why it happened, but I cannot retrieve the whole situation, no matter how much I've tried. My husband and I moved into this house or flat about 1.5 years ago. Anyway, the first day we moved in, I felt that there was something not right. The energy was just so off. I told my husband, but he just didn't pay attention to it all, as he's not into anything spiritual. The first night, I dreamt that I was in this massive warehouse. There was this blonde woman standing, looking up, and a snowflake was slowly falling from the sky and landed on her forehead. That snowflake turned into a pentagram and turned upside down. She then twisted herself, bending backwards, so her head was on the floor. And she started chasing me and screaming at me, "You can't break the devil!" She kept screaming that over and over, and I kept running through the warehouse, but kept ending up in the same spot. So basically, been running in circles. She running backwards after me. There were these hooks that you find in slaughterhouses to hook pigs on, and she wanted to hook me on one of them. I woke up so insanely drained, like never in my entire life. And my husband had a dream about people committing suicide, hanging themselves under the bridge and jumping off a bridge. And mind you, he never gets bad dreams, so he thought that was weird too. From that day on, I literally felt like there was something sucking my life out of me. I couldn't wake up in the morning. I couldn't get out of bed, even after 10 or 12 hours of sleep. I felt like I hadn't slept for months. It was getting worse and worse each day. I felt like the walls of the flat were closing into me when I was there. I was so sad and depressed, but felt better when I was out. My marriage started falling apart. I kept sensing a woman crying looking out of the window and a little boy sitting there on the floor. Everyone so scared and sad, the walls closing in. Something kept taking me back. I felt the word back, back, back. I couldn't figure it out. Until about a month in. I was just walking home in the evening, and we live in this complex of flats, so I was walking in the complex, and I had a vision, so clear. I went back in time and ended up in the Second World War. Everything around me looked similar, yet different. I knew it was the Second World War as the houses looked like they were bombed. The vision lasted about 2 seconds, but felt like an eternity. I ran home in a complete and utter shock, and immediately got on the internet. And what I had found was shocking, but at the same time made so much sense. The complex that we lived in was badly bombed during the Second World War, and the whole area, Bethnal Green, London, was the worst bombed area in London. There was a statement from a lady who lived next door from us saying that she tried to run out of the house and there were dead bodies everywhere. It just suddenly clicked. It was the word, back. It was the depression, the walls closing onto me, the anxiety and sadness. The little boy sitting in the corner fearing for his life. So was his mother. There's also an energy or entity of a man with massive hands. He once came to the bathroom while I was showering. The clothes that I hung started moving on their own, and then I sensed his presence, yet he wasn't staring at me, because I was naked. There was nothing sexual about it. There was just so much sadness, but so much that I almost started crying. He just stood there, his head down. I couldn't see him, but sensed everything. I cleansed this place about 5 to 6 times thoroughly, with salt, white sage, opened windows, doors, and everything else. Drawers, anything that can have trapped energy, basically while cleansing it. And lit up white candles and prayed for those who either suffered there or died, and send them to the light with love. The entire energy of the house had changed completely. So sometimes, that we perceive as evil, it might not be. It's just trying to get your attention, begging for help. I live in London, and a few years ago, I went on a business trip to Venice with a few people from work. I shared a room with one of the girls that was on the same trip, and the first night, I went to sleep before her, and she stayed with some other colleagues in the hotel bar downstairs. I switched the lights off and went to bed. A few minutes in, I had sensed and heard this vibrating sound all around my bed. I might have been astral projecting, as I've had that many times before, but these vibrations were different. Not in my body, but actually around it, and coming from the outside surrounding my bed. Then I heard my colleague coming to the room as she turned the lights on, which actually woke me up and grabbed something from a drawer and left again, but left the lights on. I got irritated, but was too tired to get up to switch them off, so I fell asleep. I woke up hours later, and the sun was up already, and as I turned, I noticed she still wasn't back. I thought to myself, holy shit, she probably stayed out drinking and will be out of it the next day, but couldn't care less and went back to sleep. My alarm went off at 8 a.m, and when I got up, she was there asleep. I laughed it off, thinking she must have literally just got back, and so I went to take a shower. And now, the bathroom door was locked from the inside. It was these sliding doors that could only be locked from the inside, as they had no lock on the outside. I was rattling with it for quite some time, and it woke my colleague up, so I said, sorry, you must have got in bed. And she gave me a weird look, like, huh? So I told her about her coming in at night, turning the lights on and then going back out. She went, what are you talking about? I literally came up like 20 minutes after you and went to sleep, and the lights were on, and so I thought you left them on. And I went to sleep. I was here the whole night. I mean, what the fuck? We had to use a knife to unlock the bathroom door, and were both puzzled how that could happen, as there was no chance of locking the door from the outside, as it had no knob. We then went downstairs to have a breakfast, and told this experience to the other colleagues, and none of them who slept in another room with someone else said their single beds were pushed together in the morning. But when they went to sleep, there was about a 6-foot space in between them. My uncle died 10 years ago. Him and my auntie were on holiday in Egypt, cruising on a ship that day, going snorkeling, and he had all of a sudden got up and left my auntie without a word while they were preparing to snorkel, went to the edge, and jumped in. They were incredibly close, and my auntie thought it was very odd of him to do that, but 10 minutes later, they found out he was dead. The autopsy revealed that he had a heart attack, but also drowned. It's been 10 years, and my aunt is still not fully over it. She was on antidepressants for many years. She cried so much that her skin under her eyes was raw. 3 years ago, I had this dream. I was standing in this weird place. There was a corridor in front of me. Sort of if one of the walls of the corridor was missing, so I could see what was happening. There was this swaying double door on one end and hundreds of people passing through the corridor and through the door. When the door swayed open, there was an incredible light in there. I knew that those people were souls, people who passed away. Now every time they had gone through the door, they were thrown back to the beginning of the corridor, over and over again. It felt like an old video cassette being stuck repeating the same snip. Walking among those souls was my uncle, being constantly thrown back, walking again and again. This carried on maybe 30 times when he spotted me standing by. I could see that he was in a complete and utter shock, seeing me there, and had the saddest look on his face I've ever seen. It pierced my heart. After a while, he strayed away and came up to me, grabbed my shoulders by both hands, tears running down his face, saying, "You have to help me. I don't belong here. I'm not supposed to be here." I asked, "What is this place?" He then replied, "Please, tell Auntie that I love her so much and that I miss her, please." I then pointed at the door and asked, "What's behind that door?" At this point he became sort of angry, stepped away a bit, pointed a finger at me and shouted, "You're not supposed to know that." At that point, this entity flew in between me and him, and with the biggest force, threw my whole body away. I couldn't see its actual form, but it looked like a grey shadow. I knew it was a demon, or somewhat of a demonic form, and the anger that was radiating from it was the worst I've ever experienced. It was so pissed off, and it shouted at me, "How did you get here? How were you allowed to witness this? This is not for you to see. Who let you in here?" The voice was not human. He then told me, telepathically, that I have to pay for witnessing what I had witnessed, and he threw me into this marsh. I knew that I had a choice. I was given a choice. Either I drown and stay where I was, among the other souls, or fight. I could feel the mud rising to my chest, then to my neck and mouth. I've never in my entire life fought for this much for my life. It took absolutely everything in me to try and get out of there, and when I pulled everything I had in me, I saw a little round window that appeared on this wall. I pulled myself towards the window and squeezed through, and at that very moment, I woke up. I got an instant migraine, the biggest migraine I've ever had in my life. The pain was excruciating and ran all the way up and down the back of my head. I felt like somebody beat me with a baseball bat. I only then found out that this place is called Purgatory in mythology and apparently guarded by demons. I lit a candle for my uncle, sent him to the light, but I still have this on my mind as I feel he's still stuck there for some reason. I've also never passed the message to my aunt. I don't have the heart to do it. Considering how much she's been through, to reopen the wound in her, I just can't. I would really appreciate any suggestions and opinions. If there was anything Vanessa Brown hated more than slaving her life away all hours of the night at her office, it was the long walk home. When she stepped outside, the cold autumn air greeted her. Her warm breath floated up into the night sky in small clouds. She sat down on the steps outside. Her feet were met with a swift relief as the comfy inside of her sneakers met them. The strappy heels she wore to work that day were flattering, but there were no walking shoes. This small comfort made her even more eager to get home. Her path home was the same every day. Walk around the back of a building, walk a few blocks north, and then cut through a forest dirt path that got her a good 10 minutes closer to her house than the streets would. A shortcut that was convenient was worth it. The trip was normal at first. Vanessa slightly regretted not bringing a heavier jacket, hogging herself to stay warm. Her mind drifted to what she wanted to do when she first got home, when she heard a noise. It was soft at first, but the longer it continued, the clearer the sound became. They were footsteps. From the sound of it, at least 2 or 3 pairs of them. Vanessa kept her head forward. She was a little afraid, but it was a sidewalk after all. People walk on them. Now, there just happened to be her and the other group of people there at the same time. Vanessa decided to slow down in an attempt to let the group pass. Their footsteps slowed as well. If it wasn't for the bitter cold already giving her goosebumps, they would have surely appeared. Vanessa suddenly remembered a tactic to see if someone is following you. She quickened her pace, walking towards the road. She looked right, she looked left, back towards the group. She tried to make it look like she was looking out for cars when she saw them in her peripheral vision. It looked like a group of about 3 men. She stepped out into the street and crossed to the other sidewalk. She walked forward, hoping that was the end of it. Her heart sank when she heard the group walking behind her shortly after. Vanessa knew the next part of the test was to cross the street again, but she threw the idea out of the window. She went into a full-on sprint, putting her sneakers to the test. Almost immediately, the footsteps behind her sped up too. The only thought going through Vanessa's head was, "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit." She could hear the men yelling and cursing, aggravated at her attempted escape. The dark pavement pounded against her feet, pushing her forward. To her right, Vanessa could see the entrance to the park come into view. She didn't slow down, banking hard at the last second. The loss of momentum slowed her down a little, but the surge of adrenaline in her veins propelled her forward. The surrounding playground was a dark and foreign place. Various rocks, sticks, and forgotten toys threatened to trip her up at every step. The group of men weren't too far behind her. She heard one of them trip over something, sending the rest of them to tumble over. Vanessa saw her chance. She dove into the woods. The moon was full and bright, but the thick canopy dimmed the light dramatically. The scenery around her looked dizzily the same. Thorns and bushes tore at her clothing and skin. Spiderwebs stuck to her hair and face as she looked for a place to hide. Then she came upon it. A cluster of trees formed in a rough circle. They were enormous ancient oak trees. Moss and vines covered their bark. Their branches overhead were so entangled with each other, it was hard to tell where one began and another one ended. In the middle of the circle was a rotted, fallen tree trunk. Even with it falling apart, Vanessa could tell it used to be as big, if not bigger, than the ones that surrounded it. The footsteps and yelling were getting closer. Vanessa quickly ducked behind the trunk, laying as still as she could. Through a small hole in the trunk, she could see the men approaching, now with flashlights. One of the men was calling for her. He said they weren't going to hurt her if she came out. In the light of the flashlights, she saw something silver and shiny. It was an axe, and a fairly large one at that. The men stepped closer and closer. Vanessa held her breath, hoping that her heart banging in a ribcage didn't give her away. Suddenly, from above, there was an ear-splitting groaning noise. Vanessa looked up to see one of the enormous tree branches sailing downward, striking one of the men down. The weight from the tree must have been enormous as well, because the man didn't get back up. Before they realized what happened, another tree swung around a branch at an incredible speed at the second man. When the man dropped to the forest floor, he was in 2 pieces. He had been struck in half right at the waist. Vanessa could only watch as the third man tried to scurry away, only to be hoisted in the air, wrapped tight in a thick tree limb. The limb wrapped tighter and tighter, all the while the man screamed to be let go. The man tried to swing his axe at the branch, but it didn't do much good. A loud crack echoed through the air, followed by another, and then another. The man wheezed, both from pain and not being able to suck any more air into his lungs. After one more large crack, the man fell forward limply, dropping the axe to the ground. Once the man was dead, He was released by the large tree. Vanessa was stuck in place. She didn't know whether to run or stay. She stood up as calmly as possible. With shaky legs, she walked out of the circle of trees. When another wooded groaning sound came from above, Vanessa flinched, closing her eyes. When nothing happened, she opened them. One of the trees has reached a branch down to grab the axe. The branch moved it towards Vanessa, stopping in front of her. She held out her hands and took the weapon. In a voice as soft as the wind and as quiet as the night, she heard someone say, "Take it away from us. Leave." Not knowing what else to do, Vanessa held the axe to her chest and left. She looked back, only once, and then ran the rest of the way home. June 7th, 2019. Summer is a fun thing. Freedom from school and all the responsibilities associated with it. More time to spend with friends and dick around. However, as the days goes on, I feel the amount of time I have is overwhelming. I spend all day mindlessly watching TV and eating junk food, and yet still manage to feel disappointed when the clock rolls around to 10 p.m. I retreat back to my room to give my parents the impression that I'm going to bed. I turn off the lights and open my laptop. The next hour or two are spent clicking through whatever YouTube videos seem interesting, one after another. Eventually, I reached a point completely unrelated to my starting place. I was watching old how-to videos. Something about the 80s filled cheese really entertained me. After I finished a pretty goofy one, I was recommended a playlist entitled How To Essentials. I clicked on it. Most of the videos were either restricted or deleted entirely. This wasn't too strange, considering how old some of the videos were. The few that were available were either not too interesting or were in a foreign language. There was one video that caught my attention called How to Delete Your Memory. I thought maybe it was some IT help video for freeing up a hard drive. I clicked on it, if for nothing else other than white noise. The title card with the video's name passed across the screen, followed by an obnoxious video transition to a man in a blue polo. He was a normal-looking guy who reminded me a bit of Phil Swift, the flex tape guy, but a lot skinnier. I directed my attention toward my phone for a moment, but stopped when I realized I didn't hear any audio. I looked up to see I was making eye contact with the man in the video. A few seconds passed, with him just looking at the camera, like when a news reporter radio lags behind and they just sit there. I felt immediately uncomfortable when I realized I could hear him breathing and nothing else, like his microphone was too close to his mouth. It felt like a solid minute before he finally started talking. "Do you want to know how to delete your memory? Free up some space here?" The man tapped his temple. I raised an eyebrow. "Well, you've come to the right place. With this video and a little practice, you too can learn how to delete a memory." That didn't sound right. I studied the man. I was sure that English was his first language, or that he was at least very fluent in it, so why the phrasing? You may ask yourself, why would I like to get rid of any of my memories? Are they important? That's an excellent question. The people who have applied this technique have found many uses for it. A woman by the name of Sandra Williams has used this technique to forget many things that have troubled her. Her recent divorce with her nasty, abusive husband, all the time she was raped by her father in her own bed, and many more. The man said this was such an air of conviction and matter of fact that it was baffling. I sat with my mouth open as he continued. Perhaps there are some things you'd like to experience for the very first time. Love, the taste of your favourite food, or perhaps going to the zoo to see exciting animals you've never seen before. At least, none that you remember well. I paused the video and scrolled down, looking at the description. Nothing was really there, so I looked at the comments. The video had to be some kind of weird as seen on TV based parody that I just wasn't understanding. The comments and likes were disabled. I hesitantly played the video again. The next few minutes contain some instructions on how to completely delete a memory of your choosing. I won't share those instructions here. If you look hard enough, I'm sure you can find the video yourself. June 8th, 2019. Today has been very eventful. I decided to test out the technique. I started very small, of course, not really expecting anything, but I can't be too careful. I went to my bookcase and selected my favourite one. It was a horror mystery novel that I'd read at least 5 times, but I still remember how fun it was to read it the first time. This was a good place to start. I followed the steps, and when I was done, I looked down at the book in my hand. I remember buying it. I remember it sitting on my shelf. I remember the time I spent reading it over and over again. But for the life of me, I couldn't remember what on earth it was about. The scene on the cover looked mysterious and inviting, and even after I read the synopsis on the back, I still couldn't remember the plot. I spent the rest of the day reading the book. I enjoyed it very much, and it was a wild ride like I knew it would be. I'm going to think about what else I could do with this technique. June 15th, 2019. It's been a while since I last wrote. I've been experimenting with the memory technique, and the results are insane. I've rewatched so many movies and reread so many books, it's crazy. This morning, however, I tried something more intense. I made myself forget what a sunrise looked like. I know what it is and how it works, but any imagery or actual recollection of the event is gone. That was until I woke up early this morning to watch it for myself for the very first time. It was breathtaking, to say the least. When such a beautiful event is stripped of its mundanity, it becomes a whole new experience. The colours layered on top of each other more perfectly than I could ever imagine. The bright reds, oranges and yellows floated from the horizon, like a great beast emerging from its 1,000-year slumber. When I made my way back home, my mum was awake, drinking her coffee before work. Something looked different about her. I realised a second later that it was her hair. What was once a coppery brown was now a fiery auburn. I was a bit taken aback, because she wasn't the kind of person to do things like that. She hated the smell of any strong chemical so much that she always made me bleach things. "Mom, did you dye your hair?" I asked incredulously. She gave me a strange look. "What? It's always been like this. You know I don't like dyeing my hair." I was speechless, but walked back up to my room. When I entered, it looked a little off, like someone had rearranged things, but only a little bit. A poster was on a different wall than I remember, and my bed was facing the other way. My desk also looked to be a different colour. I sat down. I really felt like I was losing it. I looked at the large stack of books on my desk and the pile of scattered movie cases. How many times had I done this technique? Was it starting to make me forget other things? This is all starting to freak me out. June 25th, 2019. I'm not sure what the fuck is going on anymore. No matter where I am, everywhere I look, there are bits and pieces missing. Some of the changes are minute, but others are a stark contrast. I try to ignore the changes, but it's getting more and more difficult to function like normal. I can't remember the passcode for my phone or my own birthday. I'm glad that I didn't have a code for my computer, so I can at least record everything down. June, don't know the date, 2019. I'm starting to lose track of where I am. I'll just be spacing off for a second, and then I'll be in a whole new place with new people. I don't know who most of them are, but at least there's a redhead lady who's very nice to me. Earlier, I realised that I was being called on in class. I was sitting in a classroom that was vaguely familiar, but the teacher at the front of the class I didn't recognise. "Wasn't it summertime?" I asked out loud, more to myself than to anyone else. A few giggles came from my classmates. "Very funny, Mason. How about you focus your attention on your book, and not summer vacation, Another bunch of giggles sounded, and I felt my face turn red. I looked out the classroom doorway, and I saw it. A flash of blue. A blue polo shirt. Before I knew it, I was at a carnival. At least, that's where I think I was. I was walking hand in hand with a girl I'd never seen before. Her hair was this vibrant colour that I had never seen before. The girl was beautiful as well. She stopped when she saw me gawking at her. "Something wrong?" she asked. I instinctively shook my head. She suddenly smiled and pointed at a fair game booth. She led me there, pulling me along by the hand. The girl excitedly pointed at a large stuffed animal. What kind it was, I wasn't sure. It had these large floppy ears and 2 large buck teeth spouting from its snout. Whatever it was, she wanted it. "Win me that one." The man I hadn't seen at the booth spoke up. "Do you know the cost?" he asked. My head shot towards him. His voice sounded so familiar. It was the man from the video. I was terrified, but part of me was relieved to find something familiar. "What's going on? What's happening to me?" I pleaded. The girl by my side looked back and forth between me and the man. I said, "Do you know the cost?" He wasn't talking about fair play. "You never said anything about the cost in your video." "Video? Don't you mean videos, plural?" He smiled, perhaps a little too wide. "Surely you watched both. One was the tutorial, and the second was the costs and risked," he added. I didn't know what else to do, so I ran. I ran and ran as far as I could. Somehow, I made it home, I think. No one's in this house right now, so I'm using this laptop to share this story as best I can. I'm not sure what day it is or who I am. If you see the video of the man in a blue polo, don't follow the technique. It's not worth the cost. Being a single mother is probably the most difficult job out there. Between working to make enough money to support me and my son, making sure I spend enough time with him, and taking him to the Scout Club, I feel like I never have any time for myself. I'm always filled with this feeling of inadequacy, no matter how hard I try. But when I see his little smiling face, I know that I've done well. Bear, called so on account of his bear-shaped birthmark, was a good kid. He always tries so hard in school and prides himself on having more badges than anyone else in his entire troop. Lately, however, he's been acting differently. He seems not as happy or interested in his usual hobbies. It was strange to see this onset of melancholy so suddenly, but I knew he was probably just reaching that age. When his birthday party was coming up, I was excited to see my happy little guy all cheerful again. He was turning 8, and I put up the same decorations in the yard I had for last year, and the one before that. Bear loves everything outdoorsy, and insists on having the same theme each year, which is fine, because it saves me time and money. The food was set out, and the decorations were all up, just as the first guests arrived. The aunts and grandmas all came and pinched the cheeks of this apathetic face, before setting their presents down. I watched Bear's face as an old blue pickup truck pulled up to the house. This was a little surprise I had planned. Scoutmaster Rick hopped out of his truck with a little more spunk than a man his age should have. I was surprised to see that Bear didn't run up to him or jump for joy. He only turned back around and looked at the presents. Rick walked up to me, looking back at Bear, a bit surprised he didn't pay Rick any mind. "How's the big man doing?" he asked, sitting down in the fold-out chair next to mine. "Oh, I think he's going through a phase. You know how it is with kids. One day they're little bundles that never want to be put down. The next day they're all grown up, trying to explore the world on their own." I leaned back in my chair, letting out a sigh. Rick eyed Bear for a moment before letting out a small chuckle. "Oh, now, don't act like you're any different. Bear is just as curious as you back when you were in Scouts, but not as reckless. Like that time you were convinced that eating... Yes, I thought eating poison ivy would make me immune." I rolled my eyes. "You tell that story every chance you get, don't you?" "Well, I got to. Reminiscing keeps me young. Now." He clapped his hand together before standing. "I have to have a little chat with the big man. We may or may not have a new exciting badge opportunity coming up I think he'd be interested in. I bet things have just been a little dull. We haven't had anything exciting for the Scouts since our last camping trip." With that, he walked over to Bear. I busied myself, getting myself a plate of food, stopping to chat with a few family members. A bit later, I realised it was time to cut the cake. I set up the candles and looked around, but Bear was nowhere to be found. I was going to ask Rick where Bear was, but he wasn't around either. Maybe they were there in the house, I thought. I stepped inside. The sun sank behind the horizon, making the house dark. I looked around and noticed the light under Bear's room door was on. Behind the door, I could hear a struggle and Bear's faint whine. Without any hesitation, I threw open the door. There was Rick, crouched in front of Bear, who was stripped down to his underwear. Rick looked back at me, opening his mouth to say something, but no words came out. I didn't give him chance to come up with a lie. I felt a cold, burning rage take over my senses. Before I knew it, my body was straddling Rick, and my hands were closing tightly around his throat. A million thoughts ran through my head. Was this why Bear was acting so strange? How long has this been going on? Did he fuck with Bear on that camping trip the other week? I felt the pieces fall into place. That was around the time he started acting weird. I felt my grip harden and any fake nails that didn't fly off dug deep into the man's neck. I understood the hostile rage mother bears had for their young, and for a moment, I had gained the animal's strength. How could you? I spat at him. Rick. The man I had known since a child and trusted so much. The man Bear had looked up to as the only father figure in his life. Angry, hot tears fell down my face, but I ignored them. How could you do this to us? How could you do this to my son? I hissed. Rick struggled to speak. He's not your son, he choked out. What? I asked, incredulous. My grip loosened a little. Rick took this opportunity not to push me off, but to point at Bear. That's not Bear. Where's his birthmark? I looked at Bear, really looked at him for the first time since I entered the room. Rick was right. It was gone. The mark he had had since the day he was born was missing from its usual spot, just above his left hip. I let go of Rick, and he coughed and gasped. Bear looked at me with the same far-off gaze he had bore all day. Not a word passed his lips. Then, almost imperceptibly, his face rippled like a raindrop falling into a pool of water. Bear turned and bolted out the room. I got up to chase him, but Rick grabbed my arm to stop me. He rubbed at the bruises that began to form on his neck. Stop. Don't follow him. Rick struggled to get up. Rick, what the fuck is going on? He thought for a very long time before speaking. It was the last camping trip we went on. It was in Wellsworth Valley, which is famous for its rock formations and caves. We were camped out a good deal from any so the boys wouldn't wander and try to explore. Or so I thought. The other boys had convinced Bear to explore a small cave entrance they found hidden behind a set of bushes. Bear never came back out that night. When the two boys brought me to that spot, the entrances were gone. We were going to call in the park rangers, but an hour or two later, Bear showed back up like it was nothing. He was acting sort of strange, but I thought he was just spooked from sleeping out in the wilderness by himself. The next night was the last one we spent out there. It was a hot one, and many of us just wore shorts in the tents to keep cool. On my round to check that everyone was in their tents, I checked on Bear's tent. It was night time, and it was hard to see, but I swear that his birthmark was missing when I poked my head in the tent. We all went back home the next day. Then I see that he's still acting weird, so I needed to check. Rick looked back at me, probably wondering if I was going to strangle him again. We sat there in silence for a minute before I spoke. So who or what is that thing? And more importantly, where is my son? Springtime where I live is the best time of year. The air is cool, the sun is warm, and wildflowers bloom in great bunches along the highway. On one of these warm spring days, I decided to walk the 3 or so miles to town. The countryside seemed to stretch on forever as I took my first step. Of course, there was no sidewalk, so I had to constantly look down to make sure I didn't trip over the random rocks or bushes that littered the side of the road. When I looked up from my feet into the nearby field, I saw something black moseying back in the fenced-in pasture some ways up ahead. At first, I thought it was a cow and intended to look back down, but something made me keep looking. And the more I looked as I got closer, the stranger the cow appeared. It had the correct body length of a cow, but it was lacking the right height. Its legs, much too short for its body, looked perhaps only half the size they should be. I thought maybe it was one of those small ponies, but that wasn't right either. The thing was quite furry. As I walked closer, I could see that its head was wrong. There, at the end of the thing's long horse-like neck, was the head of a dog. Its head looked small compared to the rest of the body. Part of my brain was disturbed, but I couldn't look away. The thing moved about, grazing on the grass like a horse. Its legs also bent like a horse. Yet there was the unmistakable snout of a dog. I slowed my walk to stare, but it still didn't make sense. Suddenly, it looked up at me. By this time, I was directly parallel to it. The way it looked at me made me feel like I wasn't supposed to notice it, that something about it was off. Its body, too long for its legs, slightly dipped in the middle. The long neck swayed slightly as it cocked its head to one side. I decided to keep walking. I wasn't about to keep having a staring contest with whatever the fuck the thing was. I had only walked a few steps when I heard a creak from behind me. A creak like rusty barbed wire being pushed down. I kept moving, my footsteps crunching on the roadside gravel. More footsteps joined my own. They were horribly uneven, disjointed like someone trying to walk on numb feet. My mind reeled and I tried to think of something to do. I stopped when I came upon a flower bush. I decided to try to not let whatever that thing was know that I knew it was there. I faced the road and pretended to look at the flowers. In my left peripheral vision, I saw it. Its shape was slunk down against the ground so that its form blended in with the shadows of the ditch. It didn't move. I didn't move. Every part of my instinct was screaming at me to look at it, but I refused. Over the hill on my right, a beat-up pickup truck came into view. With no other plans, I stuck up my thumb, praying the driver would give me a lift. Surprisingly, he did. I hopped in the passenger seat and instructed the driver to go back the way I came. It wasn't until we pulled off that I had the courage to look back. The thing had its long neck poking out of the ditch. It watched me and stared until its view was obstructed by a hill we passed over. I'd like to say that was the end of it, that I never walked along that highway by myself again, and I never saw that thing again. But that isn't the truth. I'm currently standing in my kitchen right now. It's late at night, and I can see something outside my window. The fluorescent green glow of eyes stares back at me, and the unmistakable outline of its long, unnatural shape. There isn't a whole lot to do where I come from. The nightlife consists solely of a sad little tavern shoved in behind a bakery on the main strip. An afterthought to the town's development. Had to put the drunks somewhere, I guess. No recreational halls or place to dance to speak of. Everything shuts down at the hint of dusk, and you can forget trying to get a drink on a Sunday. Such is the fate of being born in a small town within the American Midwest. The only beacon of life was that archaic white church that towered over the center of town. You could spot its pointed roof while approaching from a mile away. My ma would drag me to every sermon. The preacher had a talent of terrifying those in attendance. Despite this, the church was packed every Sunday. The fear of God was easier to have on one's mind, opposed to the other issues that plagued the town. This threat was easily explained. You could be saved from it. Just follow the rules. The other threat had yet to be defined. People were beginning to disappear. Cars were found abandoned on the side of the road with no sign of the owner. Some seemed to vanish from within their own homes. They would be seen entering, only to never leave. Neighbours often claimed to hear glass shattering late in the night in these cases. Rumours spread rapidly, each one more absurd than the last. The only thing that was certain was that they all disappeared after sundown. Soon, paranoia gripped the town, and it became silent past 9 p.m. I had only recently graduated high school. This was to be the last summer I would share with many of my childhood friends. Most of them had big plans for the coming September. Off to the city, or anywhere really. Off to somewhere better than here. I didn't have such plans, not for lack of wanting to. My family wasn't from money, and I wasn't exactly a prodigy in school. I had hardly figured anything out by the time high school concluded. Watching everyone prepare to leave me behind was depressing, but I did my best to bury my feelings and be happy for them. I had received word of an impromptu party happening out by this wooden bridge that crossed a river not too far from town. I had been across it a few times when my parents would drive out to visit my cousin's farm. Based on its appearance, one could be forgiven for believing that its construction predated the town itself. I hated the way the boards creaked and groaned as our family's station wagon would pass over it. It felt as though the vehicle would fall through into the water below at any moment. We couldn't remember whose idea the bridge was. Typically, we would load our trucks with booze and head to the abandoned barn house up north. It was a chill spot, until someone ignited the damn thing with a cigarette. The bridge seemed like a decent alternative. It was far enough from town, so we didn't need to worry about noise, and the embankment provided some additional privacy. An ideal place to get inebriated. Drinking was the only thing that seemed to make this place remotely tolerable. No one my age really observed the unofficial curfew, and my folks never tried to stop me from going out. Ma had decided against cooking that night, so I dropped by Sal's diner. The food was more akin to what was found in a pig's trough, but I was going to need something in my stomach if I was planning on drinking all night. The sun had set as I picked apart my meal at a rusting metal table outside of the restaurant. Light cast upon me from the windows of the prefabricated diner as staff rushed around trying to finish their shifts. The remainder of my food had become cold at this point. I had decided against finishing my burger when I spotted a few glowing orbs to my right in the diner's parking lot. Raccoons. I figured life was hard enough for the little guys, so I tossed the remains of my meal their way. The eyes didn't move, they just stared back. The sound of a horn startled me. I turned to see Claire and Dax in his rusty pickup out on the road. "Come on, are you waiting for the seasons to change?" Dax shouted while leaning out the cab. I sighed and looked back towards the raccoons. They were gone. Probably thought I was a threat and scampered away. I shrugged, stood up from the table, and ran off towards the truck. In moments, we were under the bridge getting hammered. I had just lost count of how many cans I had pounded back. Jake, a guy I may or may not have sat beside in history, was passionately recounting another time when he was drunk. I was just nodding, on the verge of fading out when he slapped me on the shoulder. "I'll be right back, bud. I'm just about ready to piss myself," Jake slurred and giggled. Jake pointed at me with dual finger guns and turned around, walking out from under the bridge. I looked down at the gravel beneath my feet as I heard him trudge towards the tall grass off the embankment. The river flowed in front of me, barely making an impression on the soundscape that had been dominated by our presence. I reached into my shirt pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. I grabbed one and placed it between my lips, lighting it. I took a deep inhale and exhaled, watching the smoke fly forward. To my right, a symphony of slurred conversation assaulted my ears. There were at least 9 of us under the bridge, not including Jake, who had been singing show tunes in the distance as he urinated. What a douche, I said to myself, as I chuckled under my breath. I wasn't sure how I had separated from the rest of the group with him. He wasn't the kind of guy that didn't talk to you, but rather at you. To my left, wind whistled, disrupting the silence beyond the party. My brain took a moment to process the information. Wasn't Jake singing a moment ago? I turned to look. The tall grass swayed in the breeze, but Jake wasn't there. I dropped my cigarette, stomped it out, and stepped out from underneath the bridge to get a better look. "Hey Jake, where are you at?" I shouted, playfully. It was difficult to see too far out. We were submerged in a darkness you could only really be familiar with if you grew up in a rural area. The only source of light was coming from the headlights of 3 parked trucks on the right side of the bridge. I became nervous. "Jake, cut it out. I'm not in the mood for this shit. We'll leave without you. You want to walk home alone?" I tried to sound angry as I said this, but that wasn't really my thing. "Wes, what are you doing?" A sly, feminine voice rang out. I turned to see Claire's silhouette in the backdrop of the headlights, with her hands cupped to her mouth. Dax stood a few steps to her right. "I can't find Jake," I called back. "Well, he's probably pissing," she said, hardly containing her laughter. "Yeah, he was. But he disappeared," I responded. "Probably because he noticed you watching. Now get over here. He'll come out when he's ready." I could sense her teasing grin in the dark as I stared back at her awkwardly. I threw my hands up in the air in defeat and began walking back to the bridge. A gust of air rushed past behind my head the moment I stepped forward. I stopped and looked around instinctively. Claire had a hand on her hip like a disapproving parent, seemingly sensing my anxiety. "What are we going to do with you, Wesley?" Her infectious smile sneaked out of a smirk. "Please, just Wes," I said sheepishly, as I made my way under the bridge and approached her. "God, I love how that bothers you." As she said this, she leaned in and poked me on the chest. "Face it, you're too innocent. An easy target," Dax said with a Cheshire grin. I rolled my eyes. It didn't matter how many times I tried to ignore them, they still found a way to cultivate the reaction they wanted from me. After a while, I just accepted it as a form of affection. Dax wandered over and placed a hand on Claire's shoulder. She slapped it away and raised her eyebrows. Dax shrugged and raised a beer bottle to his lips. The rest of the party mingled amongst themselves, dancing to the country music blaring from a blown-out speaker in a cab of one of the trucks. I couldn't even make out what song it was, but I guess it provided the necessary background noise to fill in the dead air in between whiskey-soaked conversations. If I were to be honest, I wasn't too familiar with most of the grad class. I knew most of their names, found them friendly enough, but I didn't quite know them, if that made any sense. Most of these parties, I'd find myself hovering around Claire, Dax, and whatever group of people they were interacting with. Claire must have noticed my drifting gaze. "What's going on in that head of yours, Wes?" Claire spoke with only a hint of mockery. "It's fine, don't worry about it." I did my best to be nonchalant. Claire looked at me, pursed her lips, and nodded, unconvinced. She could read my insecurities like a flyer on a telephone pole. Claire playfully shoved my shoulder and smiled. "There's a life waiting for you out there, Wes, but you sure as hell won't find it with your eyes glued to the floor," she said. I was going to miss her. The music cut out along with one of the truck's headlights. "Son of a bitch!" Brad, the school's jock, sighed out. He walked out from under the bridge and approached the truck, pulling a flashlight from his pocket. He swung the driver's door open and leaned inside while muttering to himself. "Thank the Lord, I was just about to turn that thing off myself. Why didn't someone just bring a damn speaker?" Dax said, as he polished off another beer. "Because that would have required foresight," Claire said, pleased with herself. I zoned out again as the party's chatter became the night's primary soundtrack. I watched on as Brad fiddled with the stereo, and the familiar faces across the way became absorbed in their own anecdotes and inside jokes. I realized it had been some time since Jake left. I felt that I had to look for him. He could have fallen and cracked his head on a rock or something. I was about to speak up when something peculiar caught my attention. It wasn't a sight, but rather a sound. I was unsure how to describe it properly. It could be compared to someone gasping for air, yet the sound was a much lower pitch. It seemed to repeat, somewhat like a bird call. I hadn't heard it before when the radio was blaring, but now that it was out, I could easily hear it over the sea of chatter. The longer I listened for it, the more it seemed to multiply. I couldn't pinpoint the location. It seemed to come from all over. I began to look around. No one seemed to notice it. I looked behind me at the brush. It was too dark, but the noise wasn't coming from there. A troubling realization struck me. It seemed to be coming from above us. A gust of wind blasted past us from the other side of the party, immediately followed by a metal screech. All of us turned to face the noise. Brad's truck was rocking back and forth, much like a seesaw that was pressed to one side and let loose. It came to a standstill. Brad wasn't there. The entire party stopped what they were doing. The night became dead silent. "Brad?" shouted a girl, whose name I couldn't recall. She slowly broke from the rest of the party and approached the truck. Dax began to walk in her direction, but I instinctively put out a hand and stopped him. I could feel him scowl at me in protest. The girl walked up to the driver's side and looked around. After a few minutes, she stepped away from the cab. She turned to look at us in confusion. As she began to walk back, a spiraling beam of light fell from the sky and landed at her feet. It was a flashlight. She looked down at it and then looked above her. A look of terror swept over her face as she opened her mouth. Before she could make a sound, a dark shape swooped down and lifted her up out of sight. The party went silent. Panic set in. One of the partygoers let out a shrill scream. Everyone began to dart towards the vehicles. Dax pushed past me, holding Claire's wrist. I quickly threw myself between them and the vehicles. "What are you doing?" I said monotone, still in shock. "We need to get out of here. Did you not see what just happened?" Dax shouted. "What we need to do is to stay under the bridge," I shouted back, holding eye contact. I had no evidence to back this up. I was going off of instinct alone. "You're out of your damn mind. Come on," Dax said with venom. Dax shoved me to the ground as he dragged Claire forward. She wrenched her arm away from his clutch and gripped where he had been holding it. "Don't I get a say? Also, you put your hands on me like that again, you're going to eat dirt." Claire attempted to speak with her typical confidence, but she was visibly shaken. "Look, I'm sorry, but considering the circumstances, I didn't take etiquette into account," Dax said, frustrated. As I picked myself up, I opened my mouth to speak, but stopped, leaving my jaw agape. I was looking upon the others as they crowded around their vehicles. The screams were becoming more pronounced. Beyond that, the noise was back, but it was different. Those deep, croaking gasps became more frequent, excited even. Dax and Claire noticed the direction of my gaze and quit their argument to see what I was looking at. None of us spoke a word. A man was about to enter a passenger seat, then a black blur swiped down and picked him up. It happened too quickly to see what it was. A girl was gripping the hand of a partner. Suddenly something lifted him up, pulling her with him. She was flung towards the tall grass, mid-air. Another blur snatched her. One person managed to get their truck started. As they backed up, the driver's side window exploded. As they were dragged out of the passenger side and into the sky, unmanned, the truck rolled into the river, its headlights projecting into the air and dying out as the water reached its electronics. It was just the three of us. Everyone else was gone. It was fair to assume Jake had met a similar fate. Dax's truck sat a few paces up from the bridge's cover. It was the last operational vehicle and only source of light. The gasping calls became unbearable. "Do you hear that?" I said, unsure of my own words. "What?" Claire said, frozen in place. "I don't know. It's like someone struggling for air. I think it's what's taking people." I shuddered as I spoke. Dax curled his hand into a fist and walked towards the edge of the beam. "What are you doing?" I said sternly. Dax looked back at me, then pointed towards the area Jake and I were hanging out earlier. "I left my pack over there, away from the party. Didn't want anyone going through it." His voice was steady, monotone. He stood at the edge where the light melded with the blackness of the night. "What good is a backpack going to do us?" I nearly shouted. "My old man's gun. I nabbed it from under his bed. Figured we could shoot cans or something." A nervous laugh edged its way into Dax's voice as he spoke. I wasn't confident that a gun would be of much use. Whatever was out there was fast. Even if we were experienced, I doubt any of us would have the accuracy necessary to protect ourselves. There was something more pressing on my mind. How had we been spared? Was it the bridge over us, or the light coming from Dax's truck? Jake and I were engulfed in darkness earlier, though. Before I could react, Dax took off into the dark. Claire shouted after him, but his shape had already been absorbed into the darkness beyond. With our eyes adjusted to the light, it only made the black of the night more extreme. The gravel crunched under his footsteps as Claire and I held our breath. Then there was nothing. A few moments passed. An explosion of light and sound rang out into the night, revealing Dax's location. He was firing the pistol in a panic. Each muzzle flash revealed Dax frantically pointing the gun in a different direction, like a slideshow. 5 shots rang out, and then silence. There was a gust of air. A final gunshot rang out. I caught a glimpse of Dax suspended in the air, being pulled away. I heard the faint sound of the pistol landing in the gravel. Claire cried. I just stood still, shaking. It was the light then. It was the only thing that made sense. As long as we were in a solid amount of light, then we'd be safe. Perhaps we'd only been noticed when Jake left the cover of the bridge. Or maybe whatever was out there was just playing with us. As Claire gripped onto me, I turned to look at the vehicle that was providing our salvation. Were the headlights getting dim, or was that my imagination? Our bodies cut out replicant shapes in the light. Were we unknowingly making pathways out of our shadows for whatever was out there to reach us? I chose not to think about it. The headlights flickered. I knew it was wishful thinking for Dax to have put in a new battery. There had to be something we could do. Then, the obvious occurred to me. In the whirlwind of panic and inebriation, I didn't once consider the cell phone in my pocket. If Dax knew I had a phone, would he still have run for the pistol? Did my little oversight get him killed? I chose not to think about it further. I reached into my pocket and pulled it out, examining the home screen, mostly charged with good enough reception. Without further hesitation, I dialed 911. I pressed the phone to my ear and waited for someone to answer. They would probably think we were crazy if I said too much. Maybe they'd write it off as a prank and not even show. I had to keep it cool. I would say there was an accident. Someone hit their head. It didn't matter, as long as it was in the realm of believability. The call connected, and I opened my mouth to speak. I felt a lump in my throat as I stared into the darkness. 911, what's your emergency? The gruff voice answered. I cleared my throat, tried to quell the terror enough to speak. There's been an accident. My friend is hurt. He fell. Please send someone. Alright, just calm down. What happened? The operator seemed somewhat disinterested. We were drinking under the bridge and... What bridge? The operator interrupted me as their tone became stiff. The one just on the edge of town. The wooden one. I was shouting at this point. There was silence over the line. That's where they sleep. You should have followed the curfew, they said in a quiet trance. There was a click, and the call ended. I dialed 911 again, but I couldn't connect with an operator. If I couldn't contact the authorities, what could I do? Assuming anyone would actually take me seriously, I would only be putting others in danger. The darkness beyond our light source began to swirl as if it was oil on a liquid surface. Was I perceiving things moving in the night, or was I staring into a wall of ink? Are they coming? Claire spoke, as if she already knew the answer. I looked at her without saying a word. She gripped her left shoulder, taking my response as a confirmation of her fears. Whatever was out there stayed just on the edge of where the light faded off. Claire didn't address the sounds intermittently, coming from all directions. We found ourselves drifting towards the truck's headlights until we were at the edge of the bridge's underside. The light appeared to be the primary source of our salvation, but I wasn't yet comfortable with losing the mass between us and whatever may have been in the sky. There are 9 hours until dawn. We can't wait around for this thing's battery to die, Claire said. You saw what happened earlier. Something took that guy straight out of the cab, I said, frustrated. So, we're just going to wait here until the battery dies, with the keys in the ignition, only a few feet away? She spoke, as her irritation was still overshadowed by her fear. There was a look in her eyes that I had known far too well. She had already made a decision. I'm not waiting to see what happens. I don't want it to end here, Wes, she said resolutely. Claire darted for the truck, throwing herself into the driver's seat. I chased after her. She turned the key in the ignition, and the engine roared as I slid into the passenger side door, shutting it behind me. Drowning out the engine was a chorus of gasps and hisses coming from every direction. I turned on every interior light I could find in an act of desperation. Claire stopped on the accelerator, launching the truck through the underside of the bridge. Something collided with the rear passenger side wheel well, causing the truck to make a sharp right towards the river. Claire twisted the steering wheel, narrowly missing a nosedive into the water. The night hissed with rage as Claire floored the gas pedal, driving through the gravel and up the hill of tall grass. Something punched a massive dent into the roof of the cab. Claire drove up onto a paved road and cranked the wheel towards town. We just about flew over the bridge as the speedometer climbed. Claire's knuckles turned white as she gripped the wheel. In the distance, I could see the few street lamps that marked the main strip of our town. The gasping and screeching stopped as if a conductor held up their hand. There was absolute silence save for the engine, desperately working to keep the vehicle in motion, along with the wheels rolling over the poorly maintained asphalt. An ear-piercing screech came from the left of the cab. The driver's side window exploded. Claire's head was whipped out towards it. Something had her. I attempted to grab her right arm, but I was yanked from the passenger side. I lost my grip, and she was pulled into the night, screaming. The truck began to fishtail. I latched onto the steering wheel, trying to regain control. The truck went off the road and into a ditch. I hit my head on the steering wheel and blacked out. I was staring upwards at the driver's seat when my eyes opened. My face was warm. I placed a hand on my face and removed it. Blood. I was on my back, lying on the roof of the cabin. The truck had flipped, turning myself over. I began to crawl. Shattered glass sliced my knees and forearms as I progressed towards the dark of the night. I managed to pull myself out of the vehicle and into the tall, dry grass. My right hand was throbbing. I looked at it. My ring and pinky finger were pointing in the wrong directions. I was in too much shock to pay attention to the pain. They must have caught on the wheel. My head was ringing, but I could still hear that sound. It was close, incredibly close. I sat myself up, my back to the ruined truck. One headlight had survived the accident, its dying beam cast out into the night to the left of the road. That low roar becomes intolerably loud and then silent. I looked forward into the darkness. Then I saw it. A pair of eyes, followed by another pair, and then 7 more. Their numbers increased until I stopped counting. I was looking at a constellation of glowing orbs all trained on me. The same orbs I had seen before. I had fed them, mistaking them for something else, and they had followed me. Whatever they were, the scraps I gave them weren't enough, but it had labelled me as a food source. One by one, the eyes shut, and I was left in the darkness. In the morning, a trucker noticed the totaled truck and called the authorities. No one believed me. The police operator denied the contents of my phone call, and there was no record of it. The scent of alcohol on my clothing led most to believe that I simply jacked Dax's truck and went for a joyride. As for the disappearances in abandoned vehicles, despite the outcry from family and friends, not much came from it. It was as if there was some unspoken understanding not to tread in certain places. After the authorities let me go, I became a mess. I tried to stay indoors as much as possible. When I look outside of my bedroom window, I'm met with those eyes peering in on me. I haven't fed them anything but the occasional food scraps, but they won't touch it. People are disappearing in my neighborhood at an increasing rate. I feel they'll try to take me next. At night, I stay indoors and keep all of the lights on, but even then, I can still hear them calling out to one another in the night sky. When I was in my mid-20s, I was doing a side job as a nuisance wildlife trapper for the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission. It was in the middle of summer, and I got a call from a local park. The FWC had just stocked the youth fishing pond, and they noticed some otter tracks. So they called me, because otters would quite literally decimate the fish population. I have to contact the manager and let them know I'll be on the property at odd times because of my primary job. I only used live traps so that I could relocate the animal to a safer pond. So the first night, I went with my friend Scott, decided to go with me, to see how I set the traps and track them, to find where to set the traps. So we're hanging out on the little bridge that crosses the natural inlet into the pond, in order to give ourselves cover, and see if this is how they are entering the water, without being seen by the massive amounts of people that are at this park daily. So we're having a casual conversation about life, when I notice someone coming down the path to our right. Okay, that's fine. It's a public park, and people are allowed in certain areas after sundown. Nothing weird about that. If it had been a whale walking down the sidewalk, that would have really caught my attention. So I mentioned, someone is heading this way. We better stand up so as not to scare them. We both came out, and now is when things get a little odd. This person is wearing long pants and a hoodie in August. I'm sitting still and dripping sweat. How is this person standing? That's when it gets close enough for me to notice I can't see their face. My buddy turns his back to the thing and continues talking. I can't take my eyes off of it. When it gets within, I'd say 6 feet of me, it no longer has legs and starts slowly fading out. And when it gets to a certain spot, it fades out completely. My friend goes quiet and asks me what happened to the guy and turns and looks at me. He says something along the lines of, "Dude, why are you so white? It looks like you just saw a ghost." Oh shit. All I could say was, "He's gone, man. He poofed, just vanished. Nothing." I turn around and he's running as fast as he can to the truck. I start looking around trying to find this guy anywhere. Scott is screaming for me to get in the truck. To hell with this place. I take off running to get to the truck, and we get the hell out of the Dodge. We get to his house, and he grabs his roommate's rosary beads and starts praying. I just sit down and tell him we have to get back. He says not without extra protection. So we plan on taking our friend Colby with us the next night, but we decided to talk to the manager first to try and find out if anything weird has happened before. But we're expecting her to call us crazy and kick us out. We went back the next day and talked to the manager. She tells us that a local vet's office had put a memorial up for a young guy that was troubled and worked for them, caring for the animals. He had killed himself. Then she said something that gave me chills. She said he always wore a hoodie and was kind of to himself, and what she considered emo. She tells us to bring cameras tonight and see if we can catch anything besides an animal. So we plan our little excursion, get a digital camera, pick up Colby, and head out later that night. For some reason, I'm not thinking of wearing flip-flops. So we took pictures and video for about an hour in the area we saw him and got nothing. So we decided to go down the trail we saw him walk out of. We get probably 100 yards down the wooded trail, and I decide to have a pee. So I tell them to hold up a second while I do my business. The trail is partially lit, but still pretty dark. The most lighting comes from the ambient light from the park. Suddenly, I see a shadow step out from the woods. It comes onto the trail and starts walking away. I tell the guys to walk back and forth, because I think I might be seeing the backlighting casting shadows down the trail, and I've lost sight of the figure due to the job at hand. So we walked a couple of yards up the trail, and it hit me that if it was a person, why didn't they make any noise walking down a paved path? Suddenly, we see the shadow ahead of us, and we're going to overtake it so as to keep from startling a person on a poorly lit trail. I yell out, "Coming up behind you!" I just didn't want to surprise anyone. Then it stops dead, and we stop dead, because we notice that it's close to a light, and it's a solid black human figure. We're roughly 100 feet away, and it turns around, and all three of us see two red eyes glaring back at us. So my buddy Scott goes, "Hey, we don't want any trouble, man." Then it starts pacing back and forth across the trail very quickly, and we start talking. I asked what its name was, and it just continued pacing. So finally, I get the nerve to take a few steps forward when suddenly, it actually gets larger in size and turns toward us again with large red eyes, and has what I would consider a threatening posture. So I back off, and it stays the size, but starts pacing again, but now it has no legs. So we asked questions again, and still nothing. I decided to move forward again, and found out that was a mistake. As soon as I get close, it turns its face, now white with a dark body, mouth wide open. It starts charging. I bolt, running as fast as I can down the path, and fly by my friends, and they're screaming, turning to run. I beat everyone to the truck. I see them running down the trail because I have the truck lights on and shining the lights down the trail. This thing is hot on their trail and they're almost to the truck. I'm so scared I've lost gross motor skills completely and can't put the key in the ignition. This thing is starting to get close enough to touch them. Scott does this weird spin throw move, almost like he took a swing at it. Then it stops and turns around. Now it's glowing like pulsing light and going back down the trail. They hit the door, and I've now cranked the trunk and it stops and turns back. I'm not about to find out what the fuck it is. So I throw it in reverse and haul ass. As we're going down the road and start talking, I notice my feet are killing me. That's when I realised I actually had run out of my flip-flops. I asked Scott where the camera is. He had thrown it at the thing right before it turned around, pulsing with light. I have no idea what it was, and to this day, I don't know if anyone ever found my flip-flops or the camera. Nor do I really give a damn, because I won't go back. I'm 37 now, and this happened many years ago when I was 9, maybe 10. This happened in the church I grew up in. I grew up in a decent-sized church that was founded around 1757. So to say this place had a lot of history is an understatement. Our church had a basement that our fellowship hall and kitchen, along with the youth group room, was in. Beside the youth group room was what we called a prayer room. Basically a small room with a single pew and a small altar for meditation and prayer. I'd always heard rumours from the other kids that there was a ghost in the prayer room, but just chalked it up as imaginations in a dark hallway and room. My pastor, whom I adored, was a very honest and loving man. He often came to our home with his wife to visit. I looked at them as grandparents, and they treated my brother, sister, and myself as their grandchildren. When I asked him about it, he said that he thought he had seen someone in there once, but when he went in to check on them, no one was there. But he wasn't worried about it, because it seemed to be praying and was peaceful, so he didn't think I should worry. So a few weeks pass, and we're having a lock-in. For those that don't know, that's where all the kids and the youth pastor and some of the parents spend the night at the church and play games, watch movies, and eat together. We were all sleeping in the youth group room, and as children often do, I faked sleep and waited for everyone to go to sleep, because I wanted to see if I could see this figure. Everyone falls asleep, and I get up and ease out the door into the now long, very dark hallway. I stand there trying to psych myself up when I hear whispering coming from the direction of the room. Just very faint, and I'm thinking maybe I'm not the only one who has this idea. So I put my hand on the wall and use it as a guide because it's so dark. You can just barely see the light coming in from the outside windows through the door. The door to the room has a small square window to see in. I'm just tall enough to be able to see in. As I get closer, the whispering is just slightly louder, so I'm thinking maybe someone from the youth group has snuck in there with a friend and is trying to be quiet so as not to get into trouble. I reach out and push down on the handle to open it, but it's locked and won't budge. I'm wondering why they would lock themselves in when I move forward and look through the window. When I see it, I can't tell if it's male or female, just a figure with its back to the kneeling at the altar with its head down. I can see the light from the window through it. I jumped back, realizing what I had just seen. I'm wanting to run and scream, but I'm scared it will chase me, so I just stood frozen. Then I noticed the whispering stops, and I peep back in, and the room is empty. Thinking in my head this entity is watching me, waiting to pounce, I run like hell back down the hallway, go back in the room, and spend the rest of the night hiding under the covers. So for a little background, after getting a divorce, I met my now fiancée almost a year ago. I always felt she was an empath, but also possibly clairvoyant. She doesn't want anything to do with it. It scares the living shit out of her. However, she used to do astral projects as a child. She told me she did it every night until she was a teen. My aunt died before we met, so I never told her about her. We were very close, my aunt and I. My dad died a month before my uncle passed of prostate cancer. She would take me fishing all the time with her. Through that, we found solace and kept each other from being so depressed. I loved her and looked up to her. When she passed, I was unable to go to her funeral. I lived 10 hours away and couldn't get it off work. I felt incredibly guilty and upset due to that. My fiancée and I had fallen asleep in our usual position, her head on my shoulder, arm across my leg over me. When she woke up and hugged me and woke me up saying, "Babe, I need to ask you something," I of course told her to go ahead, and she goes, "Did you have an aunt named Rachel that passed away?" Then described her to a T. At this point I was in shock and said that I did. She then told me, well, she came to me in a dream, hugged me and told me to tell you that she was okay and to stop worrying. She loves you dearly and that she understands and is okay. She's never seen a picture, nor have I ever told her about my great aunt. Needless to say, she held me as I cried for a good 10 minutes. She was able to bring me closure for something she had no clue about. It started with a cut. I had not thought much of it at the time, nor could I tell you where I even got it from. It's the only thing I could think of that would explain it, how they got inside. It was a thin cut on the center of my right palm. It hurt more than my ego would care to admit. As a precaution, I cleaned it and applied a liberal amount of antibacterial cream before covering it with a bandage. It had been a nuisance while pushing my computer mouse around with it, constantly reminding me of its presence. I lifted my hand and rotated my wrist. A rough series of cracks sounded off with the sensation of dragging a stick through gravel. Paper cuts and carpal tunnel, the hazards in my field of work. I turned my gaze to the bottom right corner of the screen. 4:48 p.m. 12 minutes from the end of the shift. My supervisor had already slipped out. They had tickets to something. It didn't matter. I wasn't paying too much attention at the time, truth be told. They had bragged the whole afternoon away and strutted out a full hour early. None of us had the desire to challenge the person above us on the food chain. God forbid if they found out I took less than 15 minutes at the end of the day. Not the most pleasant work environment, but it was the one that actually hired me. Perhaps my exploitability was my key asset. Most of the other workers had taken their chances and left soon after the supervisor's exit, leaving me behind. Seeing no one was around, I signed out and turned off my monitor. Sliding my papers into my pack, I lifted it by the strap with my right hand, not giving much thought to the action. I dropped it immediately in response to a shooting pain. I looked at my palm. The bandage was virtually pristine, save for the wrinkles caused by the curvature of my hand. Odd. It had felt as if I grasped a curling iron Or at least I imagine that's how it felt. I gingerly tested the strap with my right hand again. It seemed fine. The sensation had been far more severe than anything I had felt during the workday. I decided against putting further unnecessary stress on it. Using my left hand, I hoisted it around my shoulder. It had already fallen dark by the time I walked out into the office parking lot. I would have complained, but around this time last year, we had a significant snowfall. I was just happy I didn't have to drive home through the snow. My palm was throbbing. I had no gloves on me, so my hands were rather cold. But the sensation was far greater in my bandaged right palm. It was as if an icicle pierced right through its center. I hurried towards my vehicle in the corner of the empty lot. I flung the driver's side door open and tossed my pack into the passenger seat. My eyes opened, their vision consumed by a miniature mountain range of white that was a stucco ceiling. I blinked the sleep away from my eyes. A thought was developing, yet it dragged along, scraping the inside of my skull, refusing to form into anything coherent. I just laid still with an instinctual feeling that something wasn't right. Without my mind giving any definition to this feeling, I was unsure how to act. My eyes remained on the ceiling. It was much like that which coated the ceiling of my parents' old home. I hadn't seen much of the unappealing substance since I moved out. My apartment's styling was an amalgamation of wood, concrete, and glass. Perhaps a few years ago its design would have been considered inspired. I was not in my own bed. My eyes shifted downwards carefully. Light shone through the window a few steps from the foot of the bed. The walls were lined in yellowing wallpaper. The scent of years of cigarette smoke hung in the atmosphere. My eyes tilted to my right. The red digits of a clock sitting on the peeling wood of a nightstand read 7:23 a.m. My attention drifted to the left. The sheets were in disarray, leaving the impression of another body that inhabited the space moments before. I slowly sat up. I took in my surroundings. There was a brown, rotting desk in the corner with a seemingly ancient metal lamp upon it. A black tube TV was wedged into a cabinet sitting in front of the window. To its left, a door. Marked, beaten, wearing its years of abuse. The door's painted white metal acted like a canvas for the dark streaks and other miscellaneous smudges that adorned it. I was in a motel. A real dump of one at that. I waited for memories to materialize. Nothing came. The parking lot, then this. I felt my stomach churn. It was as if time lurched forward without warning. The room was dizzying. My head turned towards the left of the room. In the corner was the entrance to the washroom. I hesitated for a moment. Burgundy curtains were drawn partway across the window, cloaking the left side of the room in shadow. Despite my nausea, I had little desire to cross the threshold of darkness towards the washroom. Rubbing my face, a soggy bandage slightly caught on the bridge of my nose. A sharp response shot her from my hand, causing me to pull it away. It continued to ache dully as I inspected the warped bandage. Past my hand, my clothing and shoes sat amongst the mucky brownish red carpet. Without stepping down onto it, I leaned from the bed and snatched up my belongings. Hastily throwing them on, I stood up and began to make my way towards the room's exit. I heard something fall off the bed. A pillow or blanket, perhaps. I wasn't sure, but I heard something. I turned around, my back to the front door. It was faint. A moan of sorts, just barely audible. I wanted to pretend that I didn't hear it. I stood still, unable to control my motor functions. I just stared into the dark. The moment hung in silence. A pale, wiry hand slowly lifted itself from below, the other side of the bed. Its digits clawed a crumpled sheet. Low moaning emanated from the dark. The noise sustained, becoming louder with every moment until, without warning, it became a shriek. I broke from my daze and spun towards the door. I grasped its handle and flung it back, fleeing out of the room. I refused to look behind me as I sprinted, creating as much distance as I could from the thing in the room. The chill ate at my skin as I ran through the outer walkway of a weathered green building. The winter sun was just beginning to rear its head. I approached a metal stair set leading down to the car lot below. My shoes clanged against the steps, echoing out into the silent morning. Once I reached the ground floor, I stopped and surveyed my surroundings. I had no idea where I was. To add to my concern, my vehicle could not be found amongst the handful that were sitting in the front of the 2-story relic of a building. I looked up towards the sign that sat atop a pole placed by the parking entrance. Motel was written in filthy fluorescent letters. The O was flickering. Scanning my surroundings, I noticed that the motel seemed to be tucked away in some sort of industrial district. I turned around to face the building I had just come out of. My breath plumbed in the brisk morning air. Looking past the second-floor railing, I spotted the room that I had fled from. The door was still open. I couldn't make out much else beyond that. My legs began to move before my mind even seemed to command it. I had no direction, just the need to escape, to be somewhere, anywhere else than here. I was running towards the parking lot exit. In my mind's eye, the foul creature had crawled out onto the balcony, leaped down to the pavement, and was chasing me on all fours, frothing at the mouth. Sound had been muted. All I could hear was the beating of my heart, accompanied by rhythmic breathing. The air stung my throat as I ran straight into the street. I nearly caught my leg on a pothole as I ran helplessly without any direction. I could feel it gaining. My chest squeezed as I felt it right on top of me. I continued to run, heaving, nearly out of breath, like a racehorse about to collapse. Electricity danced around in my brain. The scenery began to darken. There was nothing, just a sound. Liquid gurgling, distant yet all too close. A violent tremor. Something was shaking at my feet. I could feel its vibrations, yet I couldn't see. The veil was slowly lifted. Concrete, columns dispersed across a barren grey landscape marked by yellow dividing lines. Pipes overlapped one another on the ceiling. Glaring light emanated from a strip of fluorescent bulbs hanging above. An arrow was painted in the middle of the path, followed by another which curved left, leading down a corridor that spiraled out of view. My entire body felt rigid. How was it possible that I arrived here unconsciously? I went to turn my neck and met a mild resistance. An invisible force tugged in the opposite direction as I turned to look to my right. It dissipated. A parking garage continued for some distance before me, with only a few cars scattered amongst the stores. My body ached and my eyes burned. I blinked a few times, trying to shake away my fatigue. The entire structure was silent save for that sound, rustling intermingled with a low gurgling, a sound that in my stupor I didn't register. As my mind fought through the distress of finding myself in another unknown location, I finally fixated on it. The origin of the noise was close. Incredibly close. At first glance, it seemed as if I was alone in the structure. My gaze locked forward. Right where the arrows led off to the side, there was a concrete wall, broken up by only the pristine metal doors of an elevator. In its reflection was an obscured picture of myself and a dark blob directly at my feet. If the image on the doors was to be believed, something was laying right in front of me. It was just out of my vision. All I had to do was look down. The sound became more violent. It was that of a struggle. I felt something brush against my left leg. I tilted my head and looked down upon it. On the hard surface below me was a man. He wore a black raincoat and blue jeans. He had a thick brow and hollow cheeks. His eyes were light blue. These were the details that I attempted to focus on, trying to avoid processing the entire picture. The man was convulsing in his own fluids, arching his back upwards and slamming it into the concrete. Streaks of blood came from the stripes that his nails had carved into his throat. His left hand gripped his chest as his right continuously raked at his throat. Saliva and bile dripped from clenched teeth that looked like they were on the verge of shattering. All the while, his eyes were trained upon mine. I wanted to collapse, but my legs were locked in place. The body twisted and contorted to the point that I thought it was going to fold in on itself. Then it stopped. The man's back fell flat on the concrete. Stillness. Life left his eyes. The pupils stared directly at the ceiling. For a brief moment, I thought I noticed something. Just at the inner corner of the man's eye, something poked out. A bundle of dark strands with distinct bends in them part way. Each of them had irregular, jagged grooves. If I had to compare them to something, I would say they were almost like spider legs. They rotated and extended in each direction, then slid back inside from whence they came. The man's cold blue eyes darted right, looking directly at me. I stood in a dimly lit room. A warm liquid made its way down my right arm. There was a large gash in my bicep. I could see it, but couldn't feel it. A sensor light provided a slight amount of illumination from the outside. Glass was sprinkled across the carpet with intermittent bloodstains. My eyes followed the trail of red, which led to the remnants of a sliding glass door. It had been shattered. Something had even caught the frame, knocking it off the tracks. Past a bookshelf, just behind a sofa, something stuck out. I cautiously moved towards it. My legs stopped at the edge of the sofa. I leaned over. Not much detail could be discerned in the faint light, but I saw enough. A grown man, in a grey t-shirt and boxer shorts, lay on the floor face up, his feet sticking out just past the furniture. Behind me, a light wheeze glided through the air. I turned towards the noise. There had been a door behind me where I had come into consciousness. It was slightly ajar. A few glowing stickers that depicted smiling planets, stars and the like, were haphazardly thrown across it. At the center of the doorway was a small silhouette of a body. It twitched. I felt my insides nearly collapsing on themselves. A soft whimper echoed through the building. My body became rigid. The cry sounded off again. It was muffled, but I could hear it all too well. My legs began moving, but not by my command. My neck twisted to the right. A carpeted staircase was before me. I continued towards the noise. I tried to stop, but my body continued. My arms, legs, nothing responded to me. I ascended the steps. As the stairs creaked, the cries peaked in terror. The sound, which once seemed almost silence, was now deafening. It was as if my hearing had blocked out everything else and isolated the noise. At the top of the steps, I passed by a hallway lined with family photos. My eyes remained locked forward. Stopping abruptly, I pivoted to the right. My vision was consumed by a door. Whatever was behind it attempted to hold its breath, but their heartbeat was painfully audible. Without warning, my body slammed repeatedly against the door. The person behind it began screaming. On the third try, the door flew off of its hinges. Inside, a streetlight shone through a window's blinds, revealing a dark-haired woman. She lobbed something. It collided with my left shoulder. I proceeded forward. She backed into the corner of the room, unable to say a word. I lunged forward and threw her to the ground. My hands latched onto her head and began to pry her jaw open. Leaning above her, I felt my body shake as my mouth began to stretch open. Stripes of light from the window revealed the awful scene. The feeling of thousands of fibers dragging across my esophagus spewed my mind into a frenzy. A flood of minuscule wriggling masses came pouring out of my mouth, falling straight into hers. A few fell just shy of her mouth and crawled their way inside. I was able to spot one of them as it passed a blade of light. As its center was a porous white body. Sprouting from all angles were several dexterous strands that transported the grotesque masses at a disturbing speed and steadiness. Their form almost resembled the seed heads of a dandelions in a hideous caricature of nature. Tears came from my eyes as I was helpless, only able to watch. My jaw then clamped shut and I let go of her. I watched as the last of the creatures crawled inside. Her jaw remained open, grotesquely askew. Eyes wide, her face locked into an expression of shock. My body stood up robotically, and my gaze remained locked on her as she began to convulse on the ground. I don't know how much more time I have before I become nothing more than an observer. The hours that I'm awake have begun to dwindle. I've lost track of time completely. I cannot say if it's been days, weeks, or months. They know everything I intend to do. There's not much that can be done. There are others out there now who have lost their bodies and souls. All I can do is write about it with the time I have left. They sense no threat in these actions, perhaps because I know it's futile. What are they? How did they get inside that cut? I'll never have answers to these questions. All I know is that they'll continue to spread. Watch the people around you and take note of their strange behavior. I wish all of you well. If you do not heed these warnings, you may end up like me, a passenger. I moved away from my parents and into my first apartment. It's a good location, close to town, beach and forest with lots of water, perfect for long walks and nature stuff. The forest bit has a lot of swamp area and direct access to flowing water on one side. It's about 2.5 kilometers long by 500 meters wide. It's not the biggest forest, but it's the creepiest. I have walked many times in the past through forests at night time, and I found it quite cozy, and the darkness is very good for my light-sensitive eyes. I haven't been scared in the past forests, as far as I can remember. I remember the first time walking through this tiny forest, and I knew instantly that there was something not quite right. This was at daytime, though. You know the expression, the forests have eyes? In this case, it's quite literal. You feel watched as soon as you enter and until you leave on the other side. The forest is so thin at times, you can see the water on the other side and know that you're alone. Yet, it feels like 1,000 eyes are following your every move. I thought that it was just forest paranoia. But every time I come here, and it doesn't matter what time of the year, it's the same. Even dogs I meet on my way with their owners seem upset all the time. I was walking through it one evening to see if I could find the peace which I usually could in other forests at night time, but that was a hard no. Not only did the eyes of the forest feel more appealing, but there was a feeling of dread there, which wasn't there at daytime at all. I started noticing balls of light, some big and others very small, floating in between the trees. First, I thought that it was some sort of insect or maybe boats on the water, but after checking the water, there never were any boats. I just hurried home. I've been back to the forest both alone and with people, and all the time, we noticed the balls of light. But they're on a hill where the path is at the top, and the hill goes about 10 to 12 meters down, and then meets the water. The balls are floating 7 to 10 meters above ground level, in and out between trees. I don't like entering the forest anymore, and I'll do my very best to avoid it. It's evil. The forest ends up to my parents' area from my prior memory. And I'm not sure about its backstory, since most of it is mouth to mouth. But I'll look into it as soon as I can. I'm a 29-year-old woman. For years now, I've been having premonition dreams. I never know when they'll happen, and they never have involved myself. Until last night. I also regularly travel to the 5th dimension, which also plays a strong part in what I'm about to tell you. Within my family, we believe that we're not fully human. We believe that we're from a 5th dimensional race who inhabit human bodies and have for almost the entire existence of the human race. We also believe that we are reincarnated into different people and live that person's life in order to experience this world fully. Each of us has memories of previous lives, but I'm the only one in my family who has memories from the first moment I inhabited somebody's body. Over the centuries, I've done that hundreds and hundreds of times over. But last night, I saw one of the places where a previous body of mine was buried. I saw the gravestone of my previous self. Within the 5th dimension is a river known as the River of Memories, where all souls have to walk through, and if they keep even one finger above the water, that soul will keep some of the memories from his or his previous life. But the river isn't only for taking memories to make you a blank slate for your next life. It can also return memories that you wish to live through again. The problem is that if a part of you is submerged, you must give up a memory to receive a memory. I dipped my hand in the river last night and I saw my funeral from 200 plus years ago. I saw my friends and family standing around my grave, but I didn't recognize them. As I mentioned before, to gain a memory, you have to give up a memory. I'm sitting in my living room and I have no idea when or where I had a hanging picture in my living room taken. When I was 17, I was dating a girl who I'll just refer to as Kate. Kate is a friend that's super into the paranormal. One day, the three of us were hanging out with a few other people when a friend, who I'll call Sarah, had the bright idea of holding a séance. We all agreed to do it, thinking fuck all would happen. We began the séance, and surprisingly enough, after a couple of attempts, we were successful. We decided it was time to call it quits and moved on to play Uno. We're maybe 2 rounds in, and the living room temperature dropped. It wasn't a crazy difference, but it was noticeable enough for us to ask Sarah to turn off her AC. Sarah got up, and as she was walking towards the thermostat, a picture that was hanging on the wall beside it fell. We all heard it fall, but didn't think much of it. After she put it back up, the picture that was hanging on top of it fell. Then 2 more, and then the last picture on the wall fell. She turned to look at us and had a sarcastic, scared look on her face. Her sarcasm quickly turned to genuine concern when a TV, which was mounted on the wall, fell. It was after that moment that the lights began to flicker in and out softly. I stood up, ready to bail, when the lights completely went out. The coffee table we were all sitting around began to shake, causing us to back the fuck away. We all ran out to the patio door and into the backyard to calm down. After 10 minutes, me and the only other guy there decided to be heroes and go inside to see what would happen. We walked throughout the house, seeing if we would trigger anything. Thankfully, nothing happened. We invited the girls back in and tried to think of a believable reason for her TV broken. To the best of my knowledge, nothing else has happened in a house again. Here's a tale that comes from a little town in Lancaster County called Elizabethtown. It's called the Purple Light Bridge, and it's been a story that started in the early 1900s. It could be more than a tale though, since there is proof of the purple light and the tragic tale behind it. So one of the tales is that a young boy is struck by a train on the bridge that intersects between Turnpike Road and High Street, which is where the train station for Amtrak is. It supposedly happened in 1934, and some people claim there's proof of the accident, but I personally am looking into it. I emailed the Historical Society. So after the boy's death, it is said late at night you can see a purple light on the bridge, or in the gorge where the train tracks runs into from the north, heading southwest. People like to argue you can see the purple lights at another location, and it's been there and not by the train station. They claim that you can see the lights under the bridge that is above the train tracks on Bosler Road. Bosler Road, for the purple light, had another tale. A mother brought her son to the bridge, and under that bridge, she hung her son by herself. Locals say that the purple light you see is the mother and son. Some people have claimed the purple light comes from the moonlight reflecting off the rocks below the ridge. Yet even more people claim that it's actually the bridge a couple of miles away in Newville, near Elizabethtown. I have not yet tried to investigate, but will update the findings on this page. Apparently, there's a man there who has video of these lights, but hasn't contacted me back. Now we come to what has been said to me to be on par with most haunted places in Strasbourg, with the Gondor Mansion. Funny thing about this story is that it was my first adventure in high school. Me, along with my brother, our friends Ethan and Human, checked it out. This was before it was renovated and turned into a house which there are now local residents that live inside, and turned it into a very beautiful property. At the time we went ghost hunting, and even went into the abandoned house at the time. The house had a horse stable, a pond, and even once had a clubhouse that a local Boy Scout troop made, as I was told. We didn't find any ghosts, until we left and shined a light into the basement, and saw a figure with a red material that freaked us out, which we thought may have been a curtain. But when we thought about it, there weren't any curtains we noticed when we were there, so that freaked us out. Another tale is from a friend who actually lives by there. He one time went there to camp with his uncle. They both set up a fire, waited till sundown. He told me that when sleeping, he heard something outside and they checked it out and found nothing. They dismissed it as just a squirrel or any animal that would be running around at night. Upon getting in the tent though, he let out a scream because he felt someone grab his shoulder behind him while his uncle was in front of him. They both left and never went there at night again. So you're probably thinking, why is this place called Hell's Funnel and how did it get its name? It happened with only one day in the early 20th century. While working, when the property used to be a sawmill, there was an accident where a man slipped and the saw blades dismembered either his hand or whole arm. The property is on the outskirts of Strasbourg, so getting to a hospital wasn't much of an option. So the man instead rushed home and sat on the front porch to see us one last time. His wife instead only saw her husband suffer and eventually bleed out and die. His wife, going into a depressed state, decided then to take her own life, to be her husband. The property is said to be haunted by the both of them. The pond by the house is said to have spirits seen over the top of the water. There are also stories of a woman's spirit walking around the area of the pond, or on top of the surface too. Some people claim to have been scratched by something while approaching the pond or grabbed. My friends, who I mentioned before, camped by that pond when he was grabbed. So it was more substance when I hear people claim that. Yet that's only one of the stories I've heard. There's another with a way darker turn. This one starts just like the first story of the man cutting off his hand or arm with a saw blade while cutting a log. It was his good hand that he used to work with too. So not being able to work his job due to his disability, the sawmill fired him. Eventually, not being able to work, this angered the man. So with his other hand, he picked up an axe and headed back to the sawmill. Seeking revenge, he hacked up all of the workers at the time, then took his own life. Story has it that all those souls became trapped there, forming a funnel right to hell. That's why you see spirits there, because they're damned souls that escaped hell, and one's on their way into hell. Or perhaps the souls the man killed lingering in the place, trapped where they were killed. If you look at the trees, there as well above the road, they curve inward. this house I lived in for a short time as a kid was always very dark. All the shadows seemed to lean on the house. My parents' bedroom didn't have a window either. One night, I was sleeping in the basement because that was where my room was. And from a very deep sleep, suddenly my eyes popped open. And I had that feeling like someone was standing in the room. It was really weird because this only happens to me even as an adult when someone comes into the room while I'm asleep. I was really confused, looked around and didn't see anything and tried to sleep. I just couldn't. So I decided I was going to get up and go pee. There was only one washroom in the house and it was on the first floor next to my parents' room. Got up, headed for the door. Before I reached the door slammed shut. I'm terrified at this moment. I reached for the handle and turned the knob and pulled on the door, and it wouldn't open. I kept trying to pull on the door, getting frantic. I was very strong as a kid. The door was bowing for me pulling on the door, like someone was holding it shut above my head. I remember screaming, "Let me out! Mom! Dad!" Nobody could hear me. I eventually managed to get the door open and flew up the stairs to the bathroom, flicked on the light, then went to my parents' room and tried to open the door, but it was locked. I tried banging on the door asking to let me in. I ended up staying in the bathroom for probably an hour because it's the only place I felt safe with the light. I was even scared to go out in the living room, which I eventually did to grab a pillow and a blanket, and slept on the bathroom floor with the light on. In the morning, my parents found me and asked me why I wasn't in bed, and instead upstairs in the bathroom. I told them what happened. My parents said they heard nothing. Not me screaming, not me banging on the door trying to get in. My dad, of course, didn't believe me. My mum did, though. I refused to ever sleep in the basement again. My dad was mad and I didn't care. I slept on the couch for weeks, sometimes in front of their door or in the bathroom because I was so scared. Until they would bring my bed upstairs. Many things happened in this house, and the area is very old. I lived in this house for a very short time while I was in kindergarten. This is an old town, one of the first in my province. This will be a telling of 3 different experiences. Around Christmas time, the weather was fair. It wasn't windy or too cold. I was watching a TV show. I do believe it was Letters to Santa or something. It was on YTV. I was sitting in front of the TV watching my show with the remote beside me, and the TV would flip to the news. A little confused, I would swap it back with the remote. And after a couple of minutes, it would swap to the news again. I was getting a little annoyed, so I called out to my mum, who was in the kitchen, and asked why she kept swapping the channel, and if she wanted me to watch something else. She looked right at me and said, "The remote is beside you." I'm not touching the TV, which it was. Right after I asked her this, the TV started to flip through a bunch of channels. Then our old touch lamp started to act up. Like someone kept touching it and turning it all the way up, and off all the way up, and off over and over. And then it kept swapping through all the channels. A little freaked out, I yelled, "Stop! Switch it back to my show and stop messing with the lamp." Immediately it stopped and flipped it back to my channel. Nothing like this happened to me again. My mum watched the whole thing, and I remember turning to her, shrugging in my shoulders. My mum also told me she had been experiencing the light being turned off in the kitchen. And it couldn't have just been the power, because the light switch would be off. And this would happen to her all the time while she was just in the kitchen making food. Figure over my bed. This was shortly after I'd asked my parents to move my bed upstairs. I was laying in bed with the street lights coming in the window, and I woke up to a really cold breeze in my bed. Not thinking much, I looked around and saw nothing, and suddenly my curtains, which were the gauzy white see-through ones, flew up over my bed. Like some strong breeze came from under my bed and threw them over the top of me. It was weird, but weirder they fell over the figure of a woman standing by my bed. It scared me, I sat upright and pulled the curtain out of the way so I could see better. And there was no one there. I was terrified, but I just threw my blankets over my head and went to sleep. And just said, "Go away, go away." Closed my eyes real tight. Cowbone in the muck. More creepy, less supernatural. So as a kid, I was all about getting dirty and playing in the mud. I would find mud pits, get as dirty as humanly possible, and then go back home. Change and wash and come back. I had gone out into this mud pit that was right across the street from my house. My parents had left me at home. But this was a small town, and everyone watched everyone's kids. So I'm out playing in the muck up to my knees in mud, digging around, and I happened to find a cowbone. I pulled it out, and as I was making my way back to the street, I sank into some mud up to my hips and couldn't get out. A nice guy came by and fished me out with a shovel. Asked me if I was okay. Everything was cool. When my parents got home, I showed them the bone and we cleaned it off. Later on, me and my friends made a fort outside made of twigs. It was pretty awesome. I put my cowbone in it and came back the next day. While we were looking at the cowbone, we noticed something weird about it, and I went to pick it up. And thousands of daddy longlegs came pouring out of this bone. Then shortly after that, wasps took it over, so it had to be torn down. A couple of weeks go by, and I'm laying on the floor at my house, sleeping. My aunt's sitting beside me, and I feel tickling. I giggle, and I say to my aunt, "Stop." She says, "Honey, I'm not tickling you." So I go back to sleeping. More tickling. I say, "Auntie, please stop. I'm trying to sleep." And she says, "I'm not tickling you." I pull the blanket I'm under, and I'm covered in daddy longlegs. I scream, hop up, start crying, and brush them off and run to my mum. My mum says it's okay, they're harmless, they won't follow you. Well, they followed me across the floor to my mum, and even my mum was freaked out. I hated that house so much for all the creepy stuff that happened. The first apartment I lived in after I got married was located in what's known as the NoHo Arts District. It was a nice one-bedroom built most likely in the 1920s. We loved the one-bedroom. The only thing I didn't like was that it was in the front of the building's first floor, 10 feet from the sidewalk with no fence. Having lived in lesser areas, it made me slightly nervous. The energy of the place was good, until about 4 months in. I woke up to the footsteps in the hardwood floors in the living room. I could hear them clearly, as did my wife once she got up. I could hear things being shuffled and more cautious steps. I pulled an old 45 that I kept in my dresser and waited facing the bedroom door. There was a 1-inch gap between the door and floor, I assume because it was once carpeted. We both could see the shadows of the person walking past the door. They went past the bathroom at the end of the hallway. Then nothing. It became silent, and I decided that I had to deal with this in an unfriendly way, and opened the door and turned to the bathroom. Nothing. No one was there or anywhere. All the windows were locked, and the chain on the doors were on. I had a hard time sleeping that night. A few months later, it happened again, but that time, as I touched the door handle, I could hear the front door open and then slam closed. The chain was hitting the door when it slammed. When I checked everything, it was the same, all locked, but the front door chain was also locked, and I'd heard it bouncing on the door. It never happened again. And we moved to the end of the lease, despite what I thought initially was paranormal or a ghost. Last week, I started feeling like a cold was coming on. I tested negative then within 12 hours. I was really sick, and then tested positive. The first few days were like a blur, sleeping in and out all throughout the day. I self-quarantined in my bedroom away from the rest of my family. I didn't leave my bedroom for almost 5 days. I don't know which night it was, but it was probably Sunday or Monday. I woke up to someone standing in my room. It first looked like a tall, thin person draped in black and with a hood on. But then I saw it was a woman standing there, all in black and with long hair. I sat there in shock, just sweating out so much that sweat was dripping from my chin and nose. I looked at her, and she just stood there. Her shape was almost giving off fumes, like there wasn't a fine line to her outline, if that makes sense. Attached to my master bedroom is my master bathroom, and inside there is a nightlight that turns on when motion detected. Well, that light triggered and turned on, so I turned to look at the bathroom doorway and the light. As soon as I turned back to look at the lady standing in my room, she was gone. Only a jacket hanging behind the door was there. I don't know how to explain it, but the jacket was there and has been there for weeks. But that wasn't the dark shape that I saw. The dark shape was closer, like toward the edge of the bed to me. Then all of a sudden, the motion light in the bathroom went off and I was sitting there in darkness. I reached around for the TV remote and turned the TV on, and then reached over and turned on my side table light, and stayed up until I guess I went to sleep again, which wasn't that long, as all during my COVID times, I seemed to fall asleep a lot. Maybe it was the virus that made me see something, but I know what I saw, and I know that lights came on in the bathroom. I think had I not been so sick at the moment, I would have been more terrified. To say the least, things got quiet for a while, and we became hopeful that all the steps we took drove the ghost off. I wasn't able to take all the advice given, because some of it just wasn't a means we could do. Leaving a home you pay for when you already struggle isn't easy. Cash is tight, and paying for elsewhere isn't possible. So while doing my own research, I was able to get the house cleansed. Afterwards, the continued ignorance of its presence went on strongly. Standing our ground, over some time, things happened less and less. Then eventually, it stopped altogether. It almost became a thing of the past for a bit there. I felt we all started to move on and push the memories back. That was until last night. I first noticed a heavy energy in my room as I was doing my routine for bed. The entire time I washed my face, I felt like someone was standing behind me, watching. I shrugged it off and blamed it on my own head. I continued on to do my skincare routine when I thought I could feel my robe being brushed open. It made my heart jump in my throat. That lightning chill went up my spine, and all the hairs on my body sank. I tried to swallow the feelings coming over me and push on, so push on I did. It was around 1:30 a.m. when I finally got into bed to sleep. However, the intrusive feeling lingered around the room. Everything I was doing felt like eyes were all over the room, watching. I got on my phone and started to chat with friends. I checked a few things to make plans for the coming sunrise. That's when I heard this clicking noise next to me. At first, when I looked to my right, it just looked like my normal closet door and bathroom door closed. I set down my phone and tried to focus on the TV that was playing on it. I checked my phone around 2:53 a.m. as I was exhausted from not being able to sleep. I sat up slightly for a drink of water, and that's when I first noticed it. The closet door began to slowly open. As I looked over, you could hear the door's normal squeak. As it continued to open, I sat in my bed and in the sheets. I closed my eyes and slowly turned my back towards it to lie on my left side. The sound of my heart could be heard beating out of my chest as I kept telling myself, "It's nothing. There's a logical explanation you just haven't seen yet because you're tired. Get to sleep." I repeated that a few times, telling myself to go to sleep. Moments had passed, and I had calmed my breathing, feeling relaxed enough to drift into sleep finally. It felt like something was in the bed with me, just breathing on the back of my neck. A helpless feeling came over me, so I jumped up and turned my light on. Walked to the closet door, turned its lights on, and opened it. I walked inside and this feeling, it felt like overwhelming loneliness just surrounding me. If I hadn't walked out of there and closed the door, I would have sunk into the door and cried right then and there. Getting back into my bed felt different than it did just hours ago. I did feel fear or anxiety anymore. I turned on my right side and faced the closet until I fell asleep. As I woke up, everything felt normal. In fact, I actually feel good today, like I'm full of energy and I shouldn't have on only roughly 4 hours of sleep. I guess I'll see how it goes from here. I want to say I was at least 11 at the time. My parents would always take us to my grandparents' house. My father worked for my grandfather, and they lived out in BFE. There was nothing for miles and miles. If you were to scream, nothing would hear you. So when we would visit, it was a guarantee that we were staying a while. They always stuck us kids in the back room. This room is pretty much the storage room of the house. Anything that was to be packed away and out of sight made its way back there. Boxes of old pictures, toys, clothes over the years were all scattered throughout the room. Tall shelves filled with non-perishable items. An extremely tall standing deep freezer took up a decent side of the wall by the door and made enough noise to even wake the dead. There were 2 beds near the back of the room. One was a queen bed that was on a high metal bed frame. Then next to that was a small twin nudged into the corner. Between these beds was a small nightstand with a touch lamp that sat upon it. Then there was the closet. It was such an odd little walk-in closet. No clothes were ever hung in there, but there were many more boxes of old knickknacks, vinyls, etc. that seemed to be tossed there and forgotten about. At night, that closet had more than a few boxes of junk on it. I always hate sleeping closest to the closet. I've had this unnerving feeling like something was waiting to pounce on me at any moment of the night. When the moonlight would shine through the window and hit the boxes just right, it would look like a man in a top hat standing in the very corner of the closet, just staring at you. The longer you stared at it, the more it seemed to morph into something more sinister. Usually, there were 3 of us that slept back there, and I was always the oldest. So me being the oldest, they always stuck me closest to the closet, knowing that the other 2 would put up a fight because they were frightened of what was lurking. I'll never forget this one night. It was myself, my cousin, and my younger brother. Hugs and kisses all around, and we were tucked in tight for the night. A tap on the touch lamp, and the parental units were out of sight, making their way to the door. Watching what little light disappeared along the walls as they closed the door behind them. Pitch black tonight. Couldn't even see your hand in front of your face, it was so dark. Apparently, the moon wasn't shining bright that night because there were no beams of moonlight peeking in from the window. Laying there, I could hear them toss around trying to find a comfortable spot to fall asleep. Not long after snoring, I laid there, glaring into the darkness, uncomfortable as I could ever be. And I hear a loud crashing noise. Laying there, I'm analysing where it came from. My cousin still sounds asleep next to me, and I can hear my brother in the bed next to us snoring. I didn't hear any of the adults come into the room. I sat up in the bed, scanning the dark room, trying to see what made such a loud noise. Then I pan my eyes over to the closet, where in the back of the closet, I see 2 red, beady eyes glaring back at me. I gasp and cover myself with my blanket, feeling safe because I can't see whatever was looking at me from under the covers. Just then, the bed starts to shake. The old metal frame is creaking so loud, it wakes my cousin, and I can hear her in her voice how scared she is as she asks me to stop. She's confused and scared, not knowing why the bed is making so much noise and violently shaking back and forth. She's reaching over to my side of the bed to see if I was next to her, and she realizes I'm laying next to her, and she darts straight up in bed, screaming. The bed continues to violently shake for what felt like an eternity. The door then flings open, and there's light filling the room from one of the parents dashing in to see what was going on. As they made their way to the touch lamp and tapped it on, the bed stops. My cousin and myself were both looking at each other with such terror and confusement. Our parents didn't even ask what had happened, but I assumed we were goofing around, jumping up and down on the bed, screaming like wild children when it was past our bedtime. They decided to separate us and stuck me in the twin bed in the corner and placed my cousin and my younger brother in the queen bed this time, thinking this would solve our late night shenanigans. Again, with the tightly tuck-ins but no kisses. We got Electra, and again, with the fading light along the wall as they descended from the room once more. It took some time to finally succumb to my sleepiness. This time, I was woken up by what felt like hundreds of mice crawling all over me. I'd been tempted to sit up, but was held down by an unseen force. I couldn't kick, move, or scream for help. I laid there begging for it to stop. Looking down from what I could see was the blanket moving around, like there were little creatures running all over me from under the blanket. Then I saw one scramble from under the blanket at my feet. It slowly turned and darted straight for my face. I remember seeing the same red beady eyes from the closet I saw earlier, just running up my body from my feet to my face. I had closed my eyes so tight before it had gotten to my face. I didn't feel the sensation of mice all over my body anymore, but I was too terrified to even open my eyes. I laid there, listening to the room. I gained the courage to open my eyes, and I saw light coming in from the window outside. It was morning. I sat up in bed, saw them laying in the queen bed beside me, sound asleep. I turned to look towards the closet and see nothing but the dusty old boxes and junk. Was it a dream? I thought to myself. It wasn't a dream. That was just one night out of many others I had experienced in that back room. It's been years since I've been in that house, and I never planned to go back. I'm not really sure what it was exactly that was in that room, and why it seemed to torture me out of all of us that slept back there. But recently, I found out that when my mother was younger, she had the same experience as I had when sleeping there. So tell me, why would she let us sleep back there if she knew there was something back there? For a little context, this story happened sometime between 2013 and 14 in the Philippines. My mum would wake up my little sister at 5 in the morning and make her breakfast downstairs of our house. Then she would take a shower upstairs in our parents' bathroom, whilst my sister eats her breakfast alone downstairs in the lounge while she watches TV. Then my mum would call out my sister's name from the hallway upstairs after she finishes showering to make her go upstairs, and then she would help her get ready for school. My sister gets picked up by our driver to school very early to avoid traffic, because the traffic is so bad in the Philippines. Anyway, my mom and my little sister have had this routine for years, and nothing unusual ever happened. However, one day, when they were doing their usual morning routine, my mom, who was showering, heard a scream coming from the first level of our house, and she knew that it was my little sister. She was in the shower, so she couldn't get out immediately. My mom grabbed a towel to cover herself and then rushed outside the hallway to call my little sister and ask her to come upstairs, but my sister answered, "No, I can't. I'm scared." My mom didn't pay too much attention to what my little sister said, as she thought she was just imagining things. My mum asked her a couple of more times to come upstairs, but my little sister would answer the same thing over and over. Eventually, my mum was able to convince my sister to go upstairs. However, instead of taking the quickest way to the stairs, my little sister went around the center table of our lounge and then around the kitchen table, seemingly avoiding something along the way to the stairs. Then my mum was helping her get ready for school. She asked my sister what happened downstairs, but my sister didn't reply, and she just kept crying. Then, fast forward to the same day, my little sister comes home from school, and my mum asked her what happened earlier that day, and my sister said, "While I was sitting on the couch, I leaned forward to plug in the TV, and then when I sat back up, there was a lady wearing a brown dress with a very long nose, sitting on the other end of the couch. She looked like a witch." And that's when my sister went around the center table in our lounge and the kitchen table, because she would have walked past the witch if she didn't. This happened years ago, and it still scares me to this day. The incident happened to me and a friend a month ago. It was not my first paranormal experience, but definitely one that made me think a lot about it again. We were outside at around 6 pm having a walk in my hometown when it was already dark, when I ran out of tobacco. We went to a nearby corner store. I got my stuff, and afterwards we were on our way to my home. On the way, there is, I believe, a former Jewish gravesite, now a park on the left side. I wanted to smoke one before we went, but since the park is often visited by strangers, we surpassed it and sat down nearby on a small wall, rolling up. When I wanted to start smoking, I noticed a light flickering inside one of the apartments on the right side of the street. You could see through the window into what looked like the dinner room with a light bulb, which seemed really weak, therefore causing the flickering light. When I kept watching though, I noticed shadowy silhouettes moving in a fast and weird way. There was nothing in front of the bulb to produce such shadows. When I wanted to tell my friend, he told me he had just seen it and was curious about what it was. The first thing I did was getting my phone and trying to film the incident, but whenever I moved the camera to the specific window with the creepy shadows, my phone screen just turned dark. When I moved the camera object away from the window, the screen returned to normal. I tried this like 5 or 6 times, always failing to take a picture or a video because my phone screen wouldn't let me. I could have filmed anything else fine, except for that window. When I put my phone away, the light bulb suddenly stops flickering and shines like it's been freshly exchanged. It didn't flicker a single time afterwards, and we sat there for like 20 minutes, before it seemed nearly dead. We kind of creeped out and continued our walk, but it still gives me chills when I think about it. I was still attending college. I remember it was a sunny day. I decided to go hiking toward the mountain. The summer heat didn't stop me from walking up those paths. The trees did give me shade though, so sunstroke was not an immediate issue. I brought a few bottles of water and a few snacks so that I could eat when I sat down to take a break. I also knew the paths well, so it was impossible for me to get lost. Yet, in spite of that fact, I managed to get lost. I was daydreaming when I noticed I went off the beaten path. I managed to get off the path and hiked into the woods. It was getting late, so I tried to get out of the woods or orient myself to get back to the path, but to no avail. As I was desperately trying to get out, trying to call someone on my phone even, there was no reception. I knew there were no cave systems in the area, nor any real caves to be honest, but I managed to find one. It started raining, so I took shelter inside of the small opening. It only went for about 10 meters. After that, I managed to get inside. It wasn't dark inside, I could see rather well. But I didn't see the ledge behind the spot I sat down in. As I leaned back, trying to relax while I waited for the rain to stop, I fell. And it wasn't a small drop. I fell for what felt like a few dozen meters, only to hit a soft surface. As I regained my composure, I opened my eyes only to see I landed in a thick moss. It didn't look like anything I ever seen before. It was thick and soft, enough to soften my fall so that I didn't get hurt too much. I did feel sore and had a few cuts from the rocks I scraped during my not-so-graceful fall. I looked up to see the opening from which I emerged, only to see a pitch-black hole above. I got up from the soft moss and looked forward. Another opening. No, that's not possible, I muttered to myself, as I saw light from what appeared to be an entrance to the cave where I now lay. I should be underground, I told myself as I got up. I couldn't smell ozone, as there was no rain. Well, I shouldn't, because I was underground, but I wasn't. I trotted toward the opening, and I was blinded by the sun for a few moments. A clear sky. A clear, purple sky. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Then I looked toward the forest in front of me. The grass had a reddish way alongside the leaves on the trees. The trees were alien to me. They were tall and looked more like mushrooms. But there was no mistake in it. They were trees. They had branches and leaves on them. I started walking forward, unable to comprehend what the hell I was looking at. Was I in a coma? I thought to myself. No, this must not be real. I'm dreaming, right? I pinched myself, and sure as hell I felt the pain. I slapped myself a few times for good measure. And I wasn't waking up. How hard did I hit my head? Am I dead? The thought occurred to me, but it all felt real. The sight and even the sounds were all foreign to me. I heard some kind of chirping, but it sounded more like high-pitched wailing. I walked in a daze for God knows how long. It soon started to become dark, so I decided to pick up some sticks and try to light a fire. I had a lighter with me, so it shouldn't be that difficult. I went around searching for some dry sticks when I heard some kind of noise just above the trees, shuffling the leaves. I thought at first it must be wind, but then a creature that resembled a monkey emerged dangling from a thick branch on a tree. It was quite a distance from me. It was near enough I could discern its features. It was hairless, with skin white as snow, 4 black eyes and 4 arms with 2 legs. On each arm and on both of its legs it had 5 fingers. We were both motionless in some sort of staring contest. The creature blinked with 2 eyes on the top, and then the bottom 2 were making some sort of shrieking noise and disappearing into the tree above. I was shocked. I thought it ran from me. I thought it saw me as a threat. But I saw something much, much worse. I could hear growling from behind me. I slowly turned around to see a massive beast of a creature. It also had 4 eyes. This one had black fur. Its teeth had 2 rows and its saliva dripped onto the red grass below. It looked like an oversized alien bear, and it was hungry. I backed away slowly, making careful steps so as not to trip. Then, the beast started running toward me, roaring just like a bear. But if that bear smoked for most of its life, a deep, guttural sound it's still ingrained into my memory to this day. I turned and ran, not looking back. I went in a zigzag pattern between the trees in order to lose the monstrosity, but it kept up with me. As I ran, I felt like I was making more distance between the creature and myself. As I thought I was escaping, I tripped on a large rock and fell face first into the grass. I turned around to see where the bear thing was. It was still barreling toward me. I picked up the rock I tripped on so I could throw it into the oncoming monster. To my horror, an eye opened up on the rock. It looked straight at me. I screamed and threw the rock toward the 4-eyed bear. To my surprise, the rock excreted some kind of liquid that quickly turned into a gas. It distracted the bear, and from the looks of it, the gas irritated its eyes. I looked around quickly. I didn't know where to go. I remembered I had a small pocket knife in my backpack. I quickly managed to get it out and open it. I hid behind it. I kept silent. The bear thing recovered, but didn't seem to have the will to find me. I heard its heavy footsteps fade into the distance. Once I couldn't hear them, I looked at where the bear was. I saw the rock, its eyes opening once again. It looked around, and after a few moments, it locked its eyes on me. Then suddenly, at least a dozen insect-like legs grew from its body, and it scurried off into the forest, not breaking eye contact with me. I shuddered at the fact I held that thing in my hands. After that friendly encounter with the local wildlife, I decided to be more careful from there on. I managed to collect a few sticks and a few rocks so as not to start a forest fire. Of course, poking them with my knife or a long stick to see if they were alive. Few of them were, and they scurried off like cockroaches as the first one I encountered. Most, thankfully, were not. I managed to get a fire going. As the night crept in, it became a lot colder. During the day, it was a bit fresh, but not chilly or cold. I definitely wasn't dressed for the occasion. I had shorts and a thin, short-sleeved shirt on. Back home, it was scorching hot, as I said. During the night, I could barely sleep. I slept 2 hours tops. The sounds in the forest were surreal, terrifying. I still had to come to grips that I wasn't home. I was literally thrown into the unknown. You can probably say that I accidentally threw myself into the unknown. That's beside the point. I managed to survive a few days until I ran out of snacks. I rationed them. I managed to find a stream with drinkable water, so I refilled my bottles. Food was the main problem. I did find some berries, but I didn't want to risk it just yet. Other than the weird berries, I found other strange plant life as well as wild animals. I found some sort of flower that emitted a toxin which attracted the rock. I couldn't tell you the purpose of it, it was there. Then there were spiky plants. I know we have those back home, but these had spikes which thrust themselves into any unlucky animal that happened to come close enough. After it would thrust its spikes into an animal, it would inject some kind of venom which would paralyze the animal. Then roots would grow toward the animal at great speed, and then it would just drag it underground. The first time I saw it in action, the unlucky animal was some sort of rabbit. Slightly larger and with 4 eyes and long ears, but it looked harmless enough. I thought of hunting one of these things, since they were quite common. I tried and failed. I had no ranged weapons, and those guys had a sixth sense. As soon as I even thought of an aggressive move toward the thing, it would pop away fast. I had no way of catching the thing. Soon enough, I became hungry. I was starving, actually. At some point, I remember running away from some sort of predator. Barely. The thing was a biped with a snout and 2 pure black eyes. It was slower than me, thankfully, so I managed to outrun it and hide. Can't tell you the details of how it looked, other than the general description I just gave you, though. Exhausted and hungry, I decided to test my luck on those berries. I picked the orange ones. They were slightly larger than the others. I ate one and waited a bit. Thankfully, nothing happened. Then, I ate almost the entire bush that they grew on. They had a sweet taste. I felt full for once. Then, after about an hour, I felt dizzy. I then felt sick and my head was spinning. I barely walked. I would remember walking and then seemingly going unconscious, just to wake up in the middle of doing something. Once I was punching a tree. Other times I was laying on the floor, having a staring contest with one of the rock things. The rest, I don't remember. I woke up with a fever after God knows how long, but I wasn't on the forest floor. I was indoors. It was a house. Well, more like a hut. I was on a bed of furs with a towel on my forehead. I felt like I was run over by a bus. My head was aching, and I still felt sick. But I wasn't in a state of delirium. I looked around and I saw there were things in the hut. A bow and quiver with some arrows. Small wooden plates of sorts, and other things you'd find in a primitive hut. There was a sword made of iron or something, from what I recall. After a few moments, what appeared as a woman entered the hut. She was short from what I saw, with long white hair and red eyes. Looked like an albino woman. But it looked, I don't know, normal? I was probably still out of my mind at the time, so I'm not surprised. She rushed toward me and knelt down, telling me something in a language I didn't understand. She removed the towel and put her hand on my forehead. I do remember saying something. Of course, she didn't understand, but I'm pretty sure even if she did, it didn't make any sense. I passed out again shortly thereafter. After some time I woke up again. This time I felt better. A bit sore, but I was back to my normal self. Beside was a small plate with food and some wooden utensils. The meal was a combination of some fruits and meat. The combination wasn't the best, but it satiated my hunger. After eating the meal, I lay down again thinking about what happened. First thing, the orange ones are like a drug, at least when consumed in large quantities. Second, there are people here. I was still confused as to how I found myself here, but I first have to find a way to survive here in order to find out where I am. After some time passed, a person entered the hut. This time it was a man. He had white hair and stretched halfway to his shoulders, red eyes, and a thick white beard. He was about my height. He came to my side and sat on the floor. He pointed at the plate and said something along the lines of, "Gute Elo est." I couldn't understand him, but I presumed he told me if the meal was good. I simply nodded. "Do you understand me? Do you speak English?" I said to him. "Ek nae rismem, ki with zag," he said, with a confused expression on his face. I tried communicating with him, but to no avail. Others joined him to try talking to me, including the young woman who I first saw when I was high on those berries. About 4 people were around me, asking me questions. They started pointing to things. The young woman started by picking up a spoon and saying, "Spaniletta." I repeated what it was called in English. After a while, I just pointed at myself and said my name. Ray. Ray. Not my real name. The people around me started introducing themselves. The young woman's name was Tanya. The bearded man's name was Mikhail. From what I've gathered, Mikhail is a close relative of Tanya. Later in the day, I went out of the hut. There was an entire village of around 50 people at most. All had white hair and red eyes. It was a peculiar sight. Although I think I was an even weirder sight, since I had brown eyes and dark brown hair. After a while of going around the village alongside Mikhail and Tanya, both of them pointing at things and telling me how they were called in their language, and me repeating in English, I had basic vocabulary of their language. Though of course, I couldn't communicate with still. It helped that a lot of words are surprisingly quite similar or identical to those in English. I was surprised and thankful that the locals seemed to take great care of me, showing me around the village and teaching me their language. They probably weren't cannibals, hopefully. As it became dark, I was introduced to what I assume was the village elder. He was an old man in the biggest hut in the village. He was bald, with only a few strands of white hair and the same red eyes. I was told to take a seat opposite of him. Then I was left alone with the old man. He looked me over, then got up with the help of his cane. He motioned to me that I remained on the floor. He grabbed a small jar containing a greyish powder, and he carefully made a circle around me with the powder. He sat back down opposite of me and said a short chant. The powder around me lit up, and the grey colour turned into a snow white. "I apologise. I'm impatient and can't really wait for you to learn our tongue," the old man said, in perfect English. "What? You speak English?" I said, surprised. No, the old man shook his head. "I had heard of it, but I never learned it. This spell will only last so long. I'll ask you some questions, and then you can ask me your questions." "Alright, go on." "Where are you from?" The old man leaned in and squinted his eyes, awaiting my answer. I answered to the best of my ability where I'm from and how I got here. "I see. Your name is Ray, yes?" I nod. "Alright, I have met one of your kind before, a long time ago. It's a rare event, a thing of legends. Look, I don't know how I got myself into this, but can you explain to me exactly where I am?" The old man considered my question for a moment and then answered. "Ray, there are many names for this place, but to my village it's known as New Home, and your world is called Old Home." I took a moment to think about what he said. "You mean, you came from where I'm from?" "A very long time ago, yes." "And there are others like you?" "Yes and no. There are other villagers, but farther out I've seen people that look similar to you. They're newcomers." Okay. I was a bit overwhelmed, but I had one more pressing question on my mind. What in the name of all that is holy are those rock insects? The old man chuckled a bit before answering. "Oh, they're the eyes of the forest. Don't be bothered by them. They're harmless unless you harm them. Even if you do, you have to be worried of the goddess's wrath instead, more than them harming you." "Goddess?" "Platea is the goddess of the forest. She's our predator. As long as you don't harm the forest, she will not harm you." I simply nodded. "The spell is going to be done soon, Any other questions? Yes. What is the name of this village? And your name as well, so I know. I am the eldest Ashtar of the Zayan village. After that, the powder around me turned black. The old man, Ashtar, motioned for me to stand up and exit. I did. Outside, Mikhail was waiting for me, and he showed me to the hut where I was originally placed. This will be my home for the time being as it stands. Days went by, and those days turned into months. I slowly learned more and more of the language. I also started working with the villagers. They taught me how to use the bow and arrow, and I joined them in their hunts, made new friends. I got used to that life among those strange people. They worshipped the forest and her protector named Platea. I heard that she could look like a fox with 9 tails or a 4-eyed wolf. Her human form is that of a short woman with long black hair and, of course, red eyes. Platea blessed us in this hunt, Mikhail said, as he had the rabbit or jackalope animal that I learned they call a set was slung over his shoulder. It was indeed. Even if you were able to kill something today, Ray. Mikhail's younger brother Chris said to me as he dragged a deer-like creature called a calopa with my help. Ha, yeah, it was quite a hunt, I said casually. As our group finally got to the village, a small crowd awaited us. The last few hunting expeditions were not as successful, but now we were able to bring enough to feed the village for the time being. 5 deer, 20 rabbits, and a few other smaller critters. You're back, shouted Tanya as she ran towards us. She hugged Mikhail and Chris and then finally me. She was slightly younger than me. I was in my mid-20s at the time, and she was in her early 20s, I think. Finally, a proper meal will be had, someone said from the crowd. Was anyone hurt? Did you get attacked by the Kritkos? Tanya said. Kritkos was the bear that attacked me on the first day when I came here. No, all was well, I said. We were not harassed, fortunately enough, Mikhail added. Thank Platea. I'll go help prepare. You boys deserve a hearty meal, Tanya said, as she went to help the others hang up the animals and skin them. I slowly began to accept this lifestyle. I actually liked it here. Life was simple, even if I had some layers I as of yet didn't understand. Then one day, some of my neighbours and good friends got into a fight with the residents of a nearby village. It was something about them breaching our hunting grounds. The debate got heated, and one of them shot an arrow at Mikhail. I wasn't present at the time that happened. I was helping around the village at the time. I was worried that this would escalate, but I was told those things sometimes happen, and that I shouldn't worry about it. Mikhail was wounded, and still recovering when he and I were woken up in the middle of the night, to screams and shouts. Despite still being in pain, he ran out to see what was happening. I was right behind him. We saw 2 of the huts set ablaze, and unknown faces cutting down our friends and family. We fought. I killed one of them. I had no time to process the fact I took someone's life. It was self-defense after all. And I still had more problems to worry about. We were outnumbered. I saw old man Ashtar helplessly swatted at the men as they plunged their spears into him. Ray, get Tanya and go. I'll hold them, Mikhail shouted at me. Tanya stood behind us with tears in her eyes. Mikhail, you're coming with us. We can I was cut short as an arrow went through Mikhail's throat. Tanya screamed. Mikhail fell to his knees with a panicked look in his eyes, gurgling on his own blood as he pointed toward the forest. Then fell face first onto the floor and remained motionless. I took Tanya by the arm and ran, and ran, and ran, and ran. She insisted on going back. I couldn't imagine how she felt. I had tears in my eyes as I stopped and looked at her. I grabbed her by the shoulders. Tanya, we can't go back. We die if we do. I desperately tried to tell her. I then saw torches in the distance. I grabbed her hand and just kept running through the dark forest. Arrows flew around us. I was struck in the shoulder, but I kept running. Then Tanya was struck in the leg. She fell. I took a quick glance at where the arrow struck her. There was no way she could walk, let alone run. I tried to pick her up and carry her. Ray, leave me. I'll slow you down. She was hitting me and pushing herself away from me. No, I'm not leaving you, God damn it! I shouted. Leave me! Go! She screamed, pushing herself away and nearly toppling me over. I'm sorry, I repeated to myself as I ran alone now. I looked back in the distance as the men got to Tanya. She looked at me as they grabbed her by the hair and put a blade to her neck. I saw red. And then I turned and continued running. After I escaped, I managed to get the arrow out of myself and tend to the wound as best as I could. I learned which herbs were best for preventing illness and a plant which acted as a disinfectant. I survived. But the guilt I carry is great. I considered ending it, but I knew that their death would then be all in vain. I decided to live and explore this strange new world. Months passed yet again. I stumbled upon new villages, new people and faces. I didn't stick around. I would just stay for a few days and trade and then continue. The forest seemed to have no end. For months on end I travelled through it. I thought I was going in circles, but the new villages and new people I met along the way told me otherwise. Most people of the forest are friendly, if wary of strangers, especially myself, who doesn't look like them. Some are outright hostile and refuse anyone who encroaches on their territory. I found new animals and plants, great rivers I followed that brought me to new sights. I saw a waterfall that would probably rival Niagara Falls. I saw strange flying pieces of land that floated just below the clouds, massive reptile-like creatures that resembled dinosaurs, very similar but distinctly different in a special way, and a lot of living rocks. Nearly a year passed of me wandering the forest when I came up upon the beach, an ocean. I was slightly proud of myself that I managed to get this far. I decided to follow the beach, occasionally going into the forest in order to gather supplies and food. I went for a better part of 2 months following the beach. I finally stumbled upon a place that I hoped I could call home. The tall walls promised safety, a city, a gleam of hope and civilization, order in a chaotic world. The tall wall that greeted me was made of stone. It reminded me of a medieval city. I still wore my old hiking sneakers, though they were slowly now falling apart. I think deer fur around me to keep me warm. My beard and hair grew enough so that I basically looked like a caveman that emerged from the forest. As I approached a large field where farmland stretched as far as the eye could see, I took a small path toward one of the entrances to the city. I had a large stick that acted as a cane of sorts, which aided my aching legs. I had walked non-stop for a few days already. I was too tired and hardly noticed the weird looks I got from the farmers who worked in the fields around me. As I came upon the entrance, I saw that the wall was much taller than I expected. It rivaled the stories I'd heard of ancient city walls that once stood proud and strong back home. I did see in the distance some black smoke going into the air. I presumed it was for heating, but why heating for such a warm day? The guard approached. He was dressed in chainmail armor and a helmet that resembled those of the Roman era, but surprisingly had what looked like a rifle slung over his shoulder. He approached me calmly. I could see that he had purple eyes. It was a strange sight. He spoke to me in a foreign language. I wasn't surprised in the least, since the distance I made in the last few months is not in the least small. It felt as if this world was much larger than Earth. I spoke to the guard in English. After that failed, I attempted the language I learned in the past year in the village. I thought it wouldn't work, but surprisingly, the guard turned and called someone down. I saw another guard come down, this one much younger than the purple-eyed one in front of me. In the younger one, I could see the familiar red eyes. The purple-eyed guard said something to the red-eyed one, and then the red-eyed one spoke. He asks who you are and what brought you here. I didn't speak for a few moments, thinking of a response. I came from the forest. I didn't know that there would be a larger settlement here. I just stumbled upon it. The red-eyed guard presumably translated what I said. After that, he told me something to the red-eyed one and quickly entered the city. You know my language, but your eyes are not red, the young guard said to me. I'm not sure how I got here, to be honest with you. I was saved by one of your people's villagers and lived with them for a few months, learning the language. Unfortunately, the village was attacked and destroyed. I managed to escape. I don't know if there are any other survivors. I answered the young guard who stood there, eyes wide. The village was attacked? By who? Tell me! He almost screamed at me. I was taken back by his reaction. I thought that conflict between his people was common. I think it's the neighbouring village, I'm not sure. There was a dispute in hunting territory. The guard looked down to the ground for a moment, then said, calmly this time, what do you first remember when you came here? I thought back to the first memory I had when I came to this strange place. I fell and found myself in a cave. I'm sure you'll not believe me, but I'm not from around here. The guard's eyes went wide once again. Wait, brown eyes, cave, by Plato! He ran towards the city entrance. He nearly hit the purple-eyed guard who was just returning. He started speaking quickly in the language I couldn't quite understand, explaining something to the other guard. The purple-eyed guard nodded to all that he said and motioned to me that I may enter and that I follow him. I followed him, and once I entered the city, I could hear the sound of straining metal and an outburst of steam from one of the pipes protruding out of the wall. Gates were closing. I followed the guard further into the city. I saw many people going about their day. The streets were filled with vendors and salesmen. There were not many houses, as they were apartment buildings made of brick and stone. Some were more decorated than others. I saw the smokestacks from which the black smoke came from. I could hear the distinct sound of roaring steam engines from inside the large building we passed. The purple-eyed guard stopped next to what looked like an inn. He knocked on the door and waited. A small slit opened up on the metal door, and a pair of eyes could be seen. The two went back and forth for a minute before the door opened. The guard motioned me to enter. Behind the door was a taller man with purple eyes. Most of the inhabitants had purple eyes, though I could see some people with green, blue, and red eyes in contrasting colours of hair. It was quite a sight. I presumed it signified lineage or rank. The guard gave the man some coins and had some parting words with the tall man, after which he closed the door and locked it. He then led me to a room that was upstairs. He motioned me to enter the room. The room had a small desk and chair and comfy-looking bed. I got my backpack on the floor when the man closed the door behind me and locked it from the outside. I banged on the door for a few moments, but there was no way I'm breaking it. I accepted my fate this time. I was simply too tired to fight back at this moment. I laid on the bed. It wasn't as soft as the one back home, but it was a huge upgrade from the cold, hard ground. After about an hour, the door unlocked, and a woman entered with a plate of food. She left the plate and left, locking the door behind her. If they're going to feed me, I can stay here for a while. I can plan my escape when I gather my strength back. If it will be necessary, that is. The food was marvellous. It was maybe my hunger, but it truly was good quality food all in all. After eating and feeling full, I promptly fell asleep, only to be woken up by the door being unlocked once again. This time, two different guards were waiting on the other side. They grabbed me and dragged me out. I shouted in protest and was met by a rifle barrel pointed to my head. I was silent from then on. They led me back onto the streets and dragged me to a carriage. I was forcibly sat into the vehicle, and the two bulky guards sat down on both of my sides. Another two were opposite of myself. The carriage ride lasted for about 15 minutes before we stopped. Then I was dragged out and put to my feet at gunpoint. In front of me looked something akin to a mansion built in Greek style. I was escorted inside. When inside, I was treated less harshly. We walked through the endless halls. I saw men and women in white robes with some purple on them. Nobles, I would guess. They stared at me with pity or disgust, or both. I was finally in front of a large door. One of the guards knocked on the door. A voice could be heard from behind. Then, two guards opened the large double doors. I was pushed inside as the doors closed behind me once again. "Oh, fuck off!" I shouted at the men who threw me inside. "Oh, there'll be no need for learning something new today. A shame," a voice said in English. I stood up. "Who the fuck are you?" "I'm the king of this fine city, as well as its founder," the voice responded. I could see a large desk at which the man sat in front of. He had green eyes and seemed to be very old. "God damn it! What's with your men? Are they going to treat me as a guest or prisoner? Can't they choose one?" I said in protest. A laugh could be heard. "Ha ha ha! Don't mind the brutes. My name is Trost II. I'm the founder of Novus Troyer. Might I have your name and title?" "My name is Ray, and I have no title. Unless you think of my surname, that would be Aron. Ray Aron," I respond. Ray Aron. Do you wish to live here?" "It would be great, but the first impression is not good, I'll have to admit." "And how can you speak English?" "Haha, I learned the English language less than 100 years ago. The 3106th year since this city's founding. A large boat made of iron and steel happened to stumble upon our city. We helped the crew, and in return they helped us. They taught us the scientific method, as you call it. That's why you see the great power of steam on display throughout Novus Troyer. They spoke English, but wait, did you say 3100 years after? And you're the founder? And that was 100 years ago." "The mortal seas, ha 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 ha." He raised his hands into the air and then lowered them back to the desk. "I have a mission to lead my people to glory that was long lost. And the faraway people of your kind aided us in that. I've sent many expeditions to find your faraway lands, but none have returned. And the men who enlightened us didn't seem to know how to return. It was a true sorrow. What do you plan on doing then? I can tell you that I'm not from this world. I somehow found myself here." "Do not be silly. Only the great people of Troy were blessed by the gods to traverse to this land. You and your people may be enlightened, but you're not blessed by the gods." He pointed a finger at me and had a more serious tone. "I will make a new expedition, and you will be its head. You will lead us back to your homeland, even if it's the last thing you do. You came from the sea, that is certain. I heard you emerged from the forest and know the barbaric tongue of the Red Eyes. But your brown eyes say that you are not as barbaric as them. You've been fooled by them, but I applaud you for learning their foul tongue. That is indeed an honourable act for dishonourable people." "What do you mean by dishonourable people? They saved my life." "Old man, I don't care who you are. You're not going to manipulate me to go into certain death. If none had returned, even with tech that you have learned from the Brits or Americans, then I'm sure there's no end to that ocean. You'll end up on the other side of the continent if anything else. Better sail along the coast. You'll probably have better luck," I said. "They saved your life? That may be true, but we will be the ones that will make you prosper. Find your way home with us, and I will grant you any wish you want. Money, women, and fame. That can all be yours if you listen to me. Those savages can only offer you destitution. And Brits or Americans? Who are those people of Brits you speak of? I know of the American people, but not the Brits." "The British, old man. They also speak English. God, are you fucking annoying. Listen, I will not heed your fucking I felt a pressure on my neck, as my feet could no longer feel the ground. "You will listen to me, mortal, or I will throw you into Hades." He felt as if he was going to decapitate me by crushing my neck with an invisible hand. I heed," I barely said, as I was then thrown back onto the ground, panting and wheezing, as air filled my lungs again. Wise choice, right, Aaron? And so I became a guard in Novus Troyer. Up until the new ships are built, I'll serve this city and Lord Tross. Even though it seemed like a simple existence, it was anything but. The quality of life was not really on par with anything back home. The food for the guards is bland and tasteless. The quarters where I slept were packed, and sometimes I slept in the towers while on duty, when the rare occurrence happened that the night was peaceful. As for the nights, oh God. When I was alone, the creatures didn't harass me for whatever reason. But when on guard duty, and ever since I came to this godforsaken city, they were relentless. When the sun is about to set, Everyone rushes behind the walls. Those who are too late are left for dead outside because we don't open the gates for anyone when the allotted time for evacuation is complete. That rule was imposed when some creature possessed a farmer. When he entered, he wreaked havoc inside, killing around 50 people before being dealt with. Us guards have to have our eyes open non-stop until dawn breaks. The creatures that emerge from the forest are unlike anything I ever saw. I did witness an array of weird creatures, but nothing too alien or unholy. The biped with 2 black eyes was the scariest shit I saw up until my 3rd night as a guard. I saw them again. Not only that, there were many of them, and other goddamn creatures. I'm trembling just remembering those things. Other than that tall biped were the bear things and a thing that is similar to the biped. It walked on 2 legs, but was freakishly tall with arms that stretched to the floor. It had a human-like face with black sockets for eyes and a constant frown, completely hairless. It would scream into the night with a primal shriek. I remember seeing it for the first time as it trudged toward the hall. Its height was about 2/3 the wall's height, but if it extended its arms, it'd be able to reach us without a problem. The tall men, as the residents of Novus Troyer called them, were one of the bigger threats. They aren't that common, but aren't uncommon either. Every week on average, a pack of them would emerge. Luckily, we would know in advance as they shriek and tower over the trees. Seeing the silhouettes of them approach is terrifying in of itself. Once we point a light at them, it's even more so. The tall men are one of many. We have the crawlers. They're spider-like creatures that climb the walls. They're common, but the wall has protective measures against them. And even if a few of them come up, they're killed with 1 or 2 bullets. Their appearance is that of a spider, as I've said. They have a vaguely human face on the front of its body, black sockets for eyes. It looks vaguely like the face of an infant, actually. It's really disturbing. It has 6 eyes that it uses for vision, though, and they're located next, slightly above the face. The body is identical to a spider, though it's around 1 meter tall and it's around 2 meters in length. Now for the crown winner of Miss or Mr. Terrifying, the Minotaur, or as I like to call him, Baphomet. Probably didn't write it correctly, but if you know, you know. He or she, as opposed to its monster kin, is not numerous. There's one. And he appears rarely, once in a blue moon. More realistically from what I've heard every few years. And when it does, it leaves a trail of death and destruction in its wake. He appears on calm nights, when you least expect it. It starts with voices in your head telling you all sorts of horrible things. It starts mild and progressively gets worse and worse. People then try to find where he's hiding in order to shoot him. You can't kill him, but you can hurt him so that he just fucks off. But he hides really well or is too far away. People did find him. Those few who saw him and lived to tell the tale retell the story of a being in a meditation pose, sitting on the floor with 1 arm raised next to his face. Thumb and index finger raised completely, while its middle finger is extended halfway. It has the body of a man, the head of a bull or goat, with long horns. If he comes, the casualties are large. Mostly suicides. Men shoot themselves or throw themselves off the wall to stop the voices. Others are seemingly possessed and attack their brothers in arms like savage animals. Most deaths on the wall guard are actually attributed exclusively to Minotaur. That thing is more dangerous than all the other creatures combined. But tales are told of the original threat, a legend that is worshipped by a small minority of people in the city. Platea. She is the goddess and protector of the forest. She is either in the form of a fox with 9 tails or a wolf. Sometimes she's depicted in the form of a young black-haired woman with piercing red eyes. Now, she wasn't seen by anyone alive on the guard. Those are only legends. But I believe that I'm now home and writing this to you because of her. It was a day I will remember till I go into the ground. That day was my last as a guard of Novus Troyer. I was preparing for my journey and my eventual death. Because of the creatures of the forests are like this, God knows what's hiding beneath the waves. The night was calm, yet something didn't feel right. The Minotaur came to mind, but I somehow knew it wasn't him. The night passed uneventfully. I remember as I departed to the ocean on a clear day, yet in moments, dark clouds rolled in. Clouds so dark that the day was turned into night. Then I remember hearing shots and screaming from the land. The city in the distance erupted into chaos from an unknown force. I remember a flying eagle soared above as rain started pouring and as thunder slammed around us. The waves were taller and taller with each passing moment. The eagle came closer and closer. The crew began shooting at it, but it was useless. The bullets only seemed to irritate the bird. But soon enough, that bird turned into a woman with long flowing black hair and eyes red as blood. She landed on the deck of the ship and started slaughtering the crew. I still remember the screams of the men pleading for mercy as she ripped them apart like nothing. Then suddenly, apart from the rain and waves, there was silence. Footsteps approached me as I cowered in a corner, soaking wet from the rain. I couldn't even let out a whimper. I was scared beyond comprehension. The footsteps stopped in front of me, and I opened my eyes to see the woman in front of me. She had a loose black gown that fit her black hair and contrasted her pale skin. I stood up. She raised her hand and said one word by one person that sounded like it was told by hundreds simultaneously. Return. Then, with a flick of a wrist, I was thrown overboard by an unseen force. I was constantly bombarded by the waves. Water began filling my lungs, and I felt as if I was in a whirlpool of water being dragged deeper and deeper below. Then I saw only black and heard no other sounds. I woke up on a boat with people who looked normal. They spoke another language, but it was a language I recognized. I was saved by local Cuban fishermen in the Bermuda Triangle of all places, which was on the other side of the world where I originally fell into that hole in the small cave. Now, I never had any close family, so my disappearance was not immediately noticed, but I decided to take the chance and rebuild my life. I changed my name and identity. I live far away from my birthplace. If I would ever tell my story to anyone, they would call me insane. You too may think that as well. But heed my word. If you see any strange openings or have a strange feeling in certain places, leave and avoid them. It might be an adventure, but it might as well be an involuntary adventure. If you seek such thrills, I can't stop you. I can tell you they have a pattern, and that they have cleverly placed around the world. That's as much as I know. Be careful out there, wherever you are. This happened to me when I was about 9 to 11 years old. I was spending the summer in a smallish town in North Dakota with my dad. He lived in an old apartment building full of old people on a corner with huge trees. Out front was a plaque commemorating a church that once existed on that same spot. There was always a creepy vibe around the whole place, but not many tangible things happened. I do remember sleeping under a big comforter on hot summer nights, and sweating profusely because I was too afraid to be exposed to whatever creepiness lurked in the dark corners of my room. There was one night that I heard the bathroom fan on and sink running, as if someone were brushing their teeth or shaving in the wee hours. He said it wasn't him, but who knows? On the day of my most memorable experience in that apartment, my dad was at work, so I was home alone at the apartment, doing what unattended kids did in 2001. Drinking Mountain Dew and playing around on the internet. I was there all morning and all afternoon, enjoying my independence. Late afternoon rolled around, and I decided it was time to log off and ride my bike across town to my grandma's house. I turned off all the lights and shut the door to leave. I realized within a few seconds that I forgot to lock the door, so I turned around and reopened it. As I opened the door, I heard a rustling sound. It sounded like someone digging through plastic grocery bags under the sink. And I saw him. There was a man standing in the kitchen, leaning cowboy style with one bent leg against the counter and sink area. He had a cowboy type hat on and was looking down. It was a solid black shadow, seemingly flat with no dimension. Then he turned his head to look up at me, while stark white eyes that made no sense and a creepy white slow smile. I screamed, "Holy shit!" and slammed the door shut, not caring that it was unlocked. I ran so fast down the 3 stories of stairs to get the heck out of that building and to the safety of Grandma's house. Coincidentally, as I exploded through the front door of the building, I crashed into my dad, who was just getting home. I didn't explain anything to him and just kept going. Fast forward years later, I'm a teenager living with my mom in Minnesota. I had a few girlfriends sleeping over at my house, and we were all camped out in the living room, which shares an open concept design with the kitchen. The next morning, one of my friends told me she saw a creepy man in the pantry of the kitchen. I told her it must have been my mom's boyfriend. She was creeped out and said no, definitely not him. She then described the man she saw. It was exactly what I had seen several years prior, and a state away at my dad's. Each experience would be creepy on its own, but combined, I felt afraid, paranoid, and violated. How long has this thing been around? Who is it, and what is it? Is it there when I can't see it? So many questions. No sightings since, but many, many other paranormal experiences throughout my life. It was around 1995 or so. Would have been my sister's 9th birthday, since I was 13 at the time, and she's 4 years younger than me. We had a birthday party. Kids over doing kids do. It was a good time. Late in the evening, we decided to have a séance of sorts. We fashioned a spirit board out of notebook paper. We put all the letters and numbers and phrases on it with a marker, and then we took a shot glass from the cabinet to use as what the devil are those things called? A planchette? The thing that points to the letters. My mom acted as a medium, with her hands alone on the shot glass, while we asked the spirits different questions. I remember getting into an argument with a spirit that claimed to be Elvis Presley, though I don't remember why. I brazenly told Elvis that I hoped Graceland burned to the ground. Kids, my mom told me to shut up and knock it off. Then we talked to someone who identified himself as Brian Long. We were living in Commerce City, Colorado at the time, which is the home of Adams City High School, where I would have attended a year and a half or so from that point in time had we not moved away. This is noteworthy and necessary to include, because Brian claimed he was once a student of Adams City High School, though I don't remember what time frame he provided, if he provided one at all. I have a vague memory that it was the recent past, but I cannot remember anything more than this. He said that he drowned while on vacation. I want to say somewhere on the West Coast. Anyway, he was a friendly spirit, and I took a liking to him right away. We all did. Some may, understandably, suspect that my mom was controlling the shot glass and making things up as she went along. I might be able to convince myself of that, except for what happened next. Remember I said it was my sister's birthday? Brian said he wanted to wish her a happy birthday. There was a small candle burning several feet away, and he said, "Watch the candle." We all turned and looked. As we did, the flame gradually faded until it was nearly out. Then it popped back up again. We turned back to the board, goosebumps running up our bodies, and Brian said, "Happy birthday." I'd like to take this opportunity to explain a few things. Someone immediately said, "Your mom did it." My mom was on the other side of the room. She would not have been able to blow a gust of air from that distance strong enough to achieve this effect. And even if her lungs were powerful enough to do so, exhaling that hard would have made a noise that would have been immediately heard and felt. Maybe it was one of the other kids. Nope. We were all several feet away. Not as far as Mom, but far enough that it would have been noticed by everyone else. Maybe it was a trick candle and she rigged it. The séance thing was a random, spur-of-the-moment thing that we hadn't planned on. She would have had to have known we were going to do it ahead of time in order to set up the trick candle. As Sherlock Holmes once said, once you eliminate everything else, whatever is left, no matter how probable, is the truth. Brian was really there. Was he who he claimed to be? He seemed benign enough. Friendly, warm, for a dead person. He had a lot of life in him, which is why we chose to talk to him several more times. We always asked for Brian. Brian was always happy to talk to us. Eventually, though, it came to an end. I don't remember if we all just got busy with other things, or if my mom got tired of playing medium for us, but eventually we stopped talking to him. Well, everyone else did. I continued having sessions alone. I liked this dead kid. I considered him a friend. Then, one day, I asked for Brian and got a different spirit. "Where's Brian?" I asked. "Moved on," not Brian replied. "You mean he went to heaven?" I said. "Yes," the spirit answered. That's when I put the spirit board away and stopped altogether. My friend was gone. I didn't really want to talk to Elvis again. Playing with the spirit board stopped being fun. So today I was on my bed talking to my boyfriend, and then something caught my eye from the window. It was like tiny white lights dancing and flying around in the air outside. I thought I was seeing stars, the ones you see when you sneeze too hard and so on. But I looked into my room and I didn't see them. So I looked out the window again and see if they go over the frame of my window to know it's light stars from that. And they weren't. They were literally outside. There was no sun in my eyes or outside was too bright. They were still dancing and floating around. And it was one of the stars. To me, they go pretty quickly. And after I blinked a couple of times, they go. But they were there for a long time, even after I stopped looking out for a while and didn't see them inside. As soon as I looked out the window and it was getting darker outside, I still saw them. This is why I can't explain it. I was also in awe when looking at them, which I never experienced with stars after sneezing or something like that. I didn't tell my boyfriend because he would only have made fun of me, but I genuinely couldn't explain it.